doorway open, and there is seating in the room next door. I will go ahead and call this meeting to order. And I would like to make an announcement that for the before we adopt the agenda, we are going to be pulling item number 6, the severe financial emergency, as we consult with our attorney and Department of Taxation before we make those decisions. So do I have a motion from someone on the board to adopt the agenda with the removal of item number 6?
I'll make a motion for a flexible agenda with removal of item 6.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion from Ms. Miller and a second by Ms. Jansen. Any discussion? All right, we will go ahead and open it for public comment at this time for discussion of adopting the agenda. All right, seeing as we have none, we will close public comment. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. At this time, I've asked Mr. Burns if he would please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if everyone would please stand. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, Mr. Burns. All right, at this time, we will open public comment, and this is for anything not on the agenda. This is that is within the purview of the school board, but not on the agenda. Thank you, Prairie. And as you come up, please make sure that you write your name on the piece of paper that is there. And before you begin, I'm just going to remind those that are coming in late, if you could please not block the doorway as it is a fire hazard. There is plenty of seating in the room next door with the broadcast on the television of what's going on in here. And we will, if you want to pop in for public comment, you're welcome to. All right. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, school board trustees. My name is Ellen Marquez. I am the parent of a former Douglas County School District student who had an IEP and was Medicaid eligible. I also serve as the outreach and fiscal manager for the Nevada Governor's Council on Developmental Disabilities. I am speaking tonight as a parent who depended on school-based services to help my child succeed, and as someone who understands how these services can be funded. Douglas County School District already provides medically necessary services such as speech therapy, occupational therapy, behavior supports, and nursing services to Medicaid-eligible students. Families rely on these services. However, the district is not currently enrolled as a Medicaid biller, and the application to become a Medicaid provider has not been submitted. The district can become a Medicaid biller at any time. Right now, there is an opportunity to apply for a pilot program that will onboard 4 local education agencies and provide close technical assistance. If Douglas County is not selected for the pilot, the district can still move forward independently and become a Medicaid biller on its own. As a parent, it is frustrating to know that funding is available to support these critical services, and yet it remains untapped. The district already has a knowledgeable staff member with experience in this area, and I strongly encourage the board and administration to lean on that internal expertise to move this process forward. Submitting the application does not change services for families or reduce instruction. It simply allows the district to receive federal reimbursement for services already being delivered, helping sustain special education supports, and protect them during challenging budget times. Thank you for your time and your commitment to the Douglas County students and families.
Thank you very much.
Adrian Sawyer for the record, parent of 3 DCSD students. It has become a disturbing pattern for the district to post agendas without all the supporting documents. It is also a pattern for the district to wait to send out notification about special meetings. The district sent out a notice on Parent Squared the day before the November 13th special meeting, the day of the December 3rd meeting, and last night for today's meeting. That is not enough time for parents to make plans to attend and review the materials. One of the questions in the budget survey was, how would you rate the overall transparency of the district's budget process? 225 respondents chose very poor, 176 chose poor, 392 out of 876 respondents, or 44.6%, think the district should be more transparent. The district needs to do better. If the attachments are not ready, the meeting should be postponed or the item should be moved to a later meeting. When the agenda is posted, a message should go out on Parent Squared. An unintended consequence of posting an incomplete agenda is it takes away the ability for the board to shape the conversation. Word spread of this special meeting. Without any information except the item descriptions, people have spent 6 days wondering what they will do if their school is closed or their jobs are lost. 6 days with all the dark, scary thoughts that lead to fear and anger. You are losing public trust. Perception is reality unless you take actions to make it otherwise. There are humans attached to every decision this board is going to make. That needs to be remembered. Entire school communities of students, teachers, parents, and staff will be dismantled upon your vote. You should have time to review the information to be able to make informed decisions. If you continue to allow the district to attach important information at the last minute, it shows your lack of respect for the people whose lives your decisions affect. Please do better.
Thank you. Excuse me, sir, with the camera over behind, back over here. Yeah, that side. Thank you very much. All right. Did you remember to write your name on the piece of paper? So if you wrote your name on this piece of paper, I can call you up if you're here we've kind of changed how we do public comment. So we used to have you sign up and then we would call you up. Now we just invite you to come up and write your name on the paper. So if you already wrote your name on this paper, that's fine. I have it. So we're good then. Oh, can you turn your microphone on? If you just push the little button there. Perfect. Thank you.
You can see I'm really good at this. My public comment is really a general comment regarding.
Please make sure you state your name for the record.
My name is Eric Obermeyer.
Thank you.
Here we go. I do have a personal experience that I'd like to share. Before I do that, I have a few disclosures that I need to get out of the way. First of all, I don't live in Douglas County. I live in Silver City in Lyon County. And second, I am a candidate for Assembly District 39, and I was also a candidate in 2024. As such, I followed the Douglas County School District and the school board closely over the last several years, as they are obviously very important to the constituency of District 39. But that aside, I did recognize I did eventually recognize that I had some personal family experience, which I hope is relevant to the decisions that you're facing. Our daughter attended Virginia City High School, graduated in 2013. VC is similar to Whittle High School. Total student body is about 130 kids. Attending a small school was and is a very special experience, especially for kids who might get lost in the crowd at a larger school. The thing is, activities at a small school may be limited in number, but participation is there for the taking if a student is interested and motivated. And they don't have to outcompete scores of other kids. Now, I don't mean to diminish the level of excellence that the competition produces at the larger schools. And some kids really thrive on that, but it's just a different thing. Sports are one example, but the same applies to academics and all the other activities from student government to having a prom. My daughter ended up playing all the sports. That was because in a population of 130, if a girl could walk and chew gum, she was on the team. In her case, one case, one day, the coach told her she was going to learn how to play softball, and she did. Playing sports, being part of a team and working toward a goal, getting good at something, and in the case of Virginia City, actually representing your town, not to mention dealing with winning and losing. That can have lifelong benefits. In a small school, the opportunity is there for any student, even those who might start out with some vague interest or get involved just because their friends are doing it. And for some of these kids, once they get in, the sky's the limit to what they can accomplish and discover about themselves. Virginia City and Whitell High Schools are, in a way, accidents of geography and population, but they are also very special resources, which aren't duplicated elsewhere. I really hope you appreciate this and take it into account as you make your decisions in these really difficult circumstances about what's best for your schools and your children. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have any online?
No.
Any further public comment with nothing on the agenda? All right.
We just got one online.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry.
We'll do this one and then go to online.
Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Melinda Matus, for the record. I am thrilled to be here today to see so many people in our community interested, involved, and concerned about our school district. It might have been wise to consider a larger venue so that everybody could participate, and who knows what morsel of information might come forward that might help us. Whereas some people might leave because they can't find parking. They can't find a seat and they need one. Lots of reasons it would have been better to maybe have a larger venue, considering the cameras and so forth going on. Douglas County has made history here, and I think it's important that we recognize that we need a larger venue. That being said, thank you for being here. Thank you for doing this hard work that you have to do. And I see a lot of teachers, a lot of staff here today. Obviously, there's a lot of concern. So I wish you all the strength in the world and all of the good capacity to make the right choices for our school district. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a reminder for those that are coming in, please do not block the doorway. A fire chief might get mad at us. All right, we are going to go to the one online, and then you can stay right there. And then if you want to write your name down oh, okay, perfect. So we'll go to the one online.
Hello, my name is Tara Lynn. I'm a parent of a Douglas County School District student at Middle School in
just
George
a
Whitell
moment.
High School.
You keep breaking up. So if you give us just a second, maybe we can fix that.
Here, let me try it without my headphones. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. All right, here we go. All right, I'm going to start over.
Thank you.
Hi,
Yes,
my name
please
is
do.
Carolyn. I'm a parent of a Douglas County School District student at Zephyr Cove Elementary School. I'm also a former student of Zephyr Cove Elementary School, Kingsbury Middle School, and George Vattel High School. As usual, I don't want to speak up without thanking everyone who plays a part in my child having such a positive school experience at Zephyr Cove Elementary School. I want to bring up something that isn't quite addressed on today's agenda, which is inviting California students to our Douglas County schools. I've heard some rumblings that we could potentially have some sort of system in place where we could have California students enroll in our schools in exchange for tuition. I know so many California families who are interested in their children attending a local school, especially in the South Tahoe state line area, but the California side schools are not meeting their needs or their child's needs. I do hope that in our attempt to fix these budget issues we're facing, that this not solution to everything, but this is on the list of strategies we could put on the table. Each school in the Tahoe Basin has their own strengths, and I believe that Zephyr Cove Elementary and Vattel would be a great fit for so many students who are not able to attend across state line the way things are set up now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Take it away. Make sure you state your name for the record. Turn the microphone on too.
My name is April Stone, and we're residents in Douglas County. My son goes to Scarcelli, and my son is autistic, and he already has an IEP. And this whole school year, he's in kindergarten, and he still hasn't gotten his speech for his IEP. I've been dealing with the school. I've been calling the school board, trying to get the help that he needs because they're already too overloaded with students. And it's sad to see your son struggle that already has a problem with a disability. And you guys want to make a choice to overcrowd schools when kids aren't even getting what they need to succeed in life. And as parents, it's heartbreaking because they're already struggling for special needs kids. And it's just, it has to get better. It's just heartbreaking to watch your child struggle already, and he doesn't get what he needs to succeed in life. And if you guys take away the schools, they're not going to succeed, and they're going to struggle when they already struggle. And it's already hard enough to get teachers that have enough hard time with everything changing in our world to make a better place for our kids to get the education so they can have a good life and have a good life for their kids. It's their future. And if you cut schools, it's just not going to be a good world. And I just hope that you guys make a good choice, because in the long run, I'm already fighting and trying to make what's best for my son. And I know that it's already illegal for him not to get what he needs in his IEP. Like, if you go down this road, you guys could be looking at even more legal problems, because parents are going to fight for their children like we all are here today to do what's best for our kids. So I just hope that you guys make the right choice and you do what's best for our children too, and don't take away what they need in life. And they need education, and we need to keep our schools open. So I just hope you guys make the right choice and keep our schools open. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another one online?
We have one more online.
Morning, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Awesome. My name is Todd Poth. I'm a parent of 3 students in the Douglas County School District. The first thing I want to do is I want to thank the school board and Superintendent Alvarado for all the work you guys are doing. I know that a majority of you had nothing to do with the situation we're in right now. You're actually fighting to try to solve the problem and make things better. A lot of this goes back on the former school boards and former admin. So it's not your fault. I know that. And you're in a very difficult position. I don't envy that. A couple things I'd like to point out is as we move forward, there seems to be, and I gotta admit, we've been doing, me and several others have been doing deep dive into a lot of the financials all across the board on this thing. And the numbers are confusing, unclear, and I think it's very hard for you guys or anyone to make a decision without proper information. So I just encourage you, before any decision is made, that you make sure you have all the information you can, especially any decision that would affect students or families directly. It's also important that we try to get clarity as soon as possible. People need to make decisions, what they're going to have happen going forward. I'm already hearing people saying, should we even bring our kids to the Douglas County School District? You know, we're talking about declining enrollment now. If people are worried about what's going to happen and what schools are going to be open, you could lose even more students, which could exacerbate the problem. So, you know, I think if you can take closure and consolidation off the table sooner rather than later and find cuts and possibly other income somewhere else, that would be ideal. That's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further public comment? All right. Is that thumbs up? Okay.
Yeah, we're good online.
Okay. Just making sure. All right. Then at this time, we will close public comment and move on to agenda item number 3, our facility overview of facility projects. There you are. You are hiding in the corner, Mr. Demas. Thank you for coming today. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Bill Demas, for the record, Douglas County School District Director of Facilities.
Really fast before you begin, for those that are joining us, if you could please not stand in the doorway. It is a fire hazard and we don't want to get in trouble with the fire marshal. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Demas.
I think we have a slideshow we're going to
Yes,
present.
he's got it pulled up.
Who controls it? Okay. And I'm just wanting to know what you want from me. We can talk about every school as we go.
I think that's a good idea. I think we
Okay.
should let's go school by school.
Okay. Well, what I was asked to do was provide the last 3 years of capital improvements, any pending projects, and future projects for the next 3 years. So Minden Elementary is in real good shape. The last 2 things I've done in the last couple of years was concrete in the front entry, and then new boiler project for about $500,000, and they're working great. And no pending projects and no future projects for the next 3 years.
Can you also, do you know the year that the school was built on these?
I do, but I didn't bring it with me. But I could make a nice educated guess, but you know, for Minden, I'd say 94. Going on to CC Manili, we did upgrades to HVAC, makeup air units on the roof, carpet, and those were only small jobs. New concrete front steps, and a lot of decaying concrete was done last year. And then last year, boiler replacement of $330,000. They're working great. And pending projects, rooftop package unit. This is a big capital job for next year of around $1.2 million. And LED lighting project, just going to come in. I'm opening bids tomorrow for that. So, and then no future projects there for the next 3 years. Manili's in real good shape as well, once we do the rooftop package.
As for the years, do you want to send that to us?
Yeah.
Okay. If you could send it to Mr. Alvarado or Ms. Bedart, and then they can get it to us, that would be great.
I'll get it to you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Jacks Valley Elementary, few years ago, we did a big job on the controls upgrade for the HVAC. And we are going to be doing, if we keep the school, a rooftop package. Manili and Jax are the same school, and they're about the same age. And so they both have real issues with the package units and the air conditioning and heat there. So that's the other school we're going to be doing. Unless it closes, then we're going to switch the money to another school, I believe. And did a big concrete job in the front of Jack's last year, and LED lighting also for Jack's, the upgrade. And then future projects for the next 2 years would be a boiler replacement and pavement on the playgrounds and other parking areas. Pinion Hills, we had an emergency boiler project a couple years ago. That was about $150,000, and that worked out real well. Last year, we did a cooling tower repair, and that Pinion Hills is in really good shape as well. And projects for the next 3 years, I would only do a carpet replacement, and that's all for that school. Gardnerville Elementary is another school that's in good shape. Did a roofing project a year and a half ago, and that was an insurance claim, and fixed a lot of issues with gutters and snow fence and roof leaks. And I don't have any pending projects there for the next 3 years. They did a big remodel back in, I think, 2011, 12. And that's, for as old as it is, it's in good shape. And it's serving as our district office right now. Scarcelli Elementary, we did a roof project there. It was down to bare galvanized metal, and we did a paint job for about $750,000, and carpet project a year after for $30,000. And last year we did a paving project, and future project for the next 3 years, if that school stays, will be a boiler project for about $500,000. Zephyr Cove Elementary, wheelchair lifts went in 3 years ago. Every year for the last 3 years, we've had to replace underground water lines because they're old galvanized pipe. And each time we did, it was between $20,000 and $35,000. And we've completed every line underground in that building. So everything's above ground now inside the school. And we did roofing repairs last year, and future projects that I feel the school needs that we have on our capital improvement is HVAC replacements. They're all individual units that are over 20 some years old. And a wish list, window upgrades. They're all single pane windows there. So if we're going to keep the school, that would have to be done, hopefully.
I just have a quick question about Zephyr Cove. On your HVAC replacement, would that be putting AC at that school?
No.
Is that even feasible?
Yes.
Okay.
Probably double that price,
Okay.
and you could have AC
All right.
for those classrooms.
Okay.
A lot more money for Whittill,
Because it's a bigger school.
and a completely different. It would be probably $2 million.
Okay. Mr. Burns? Yes.
Thank you for being here, Phil.
Sure.
Just
When
really
you-
fast, Mr. Burns, is it about Zephyr Cove? Because he's only partway through.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Just
in
making sure.
Just something in general, but if you could say if those HVAC, if they're rooftops, are the heating, cooling, or just?
It's heating units,
Yes, we know on each one of them what they are.
heating units inside the classrooms, like inside your house.
Okay.
It's just a furnace. So each one is an individual furnace.
Standing furnace.
So you would put a condensing unit outside for air conditioning
Got it.
and would be about the same price,
Okay.
doubled.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Carson Valley. We did a large HVAC replacement project in 23-24. That was mostly getting ready with contracts and contractors, and we did most of the work in last year, and that was $1.5 million for A hall, B hall, and half a C hall. And so we did concrete and pavement last year, and no pending projects, but future projects for the next 3 years would be the HVAC replacement. That would be the library, NPR, and kitchen area, and the gym. And then that would be a big package unit up above the mezzanine I took you up to. And then this is just a wish list, but it's on their list. Track replacement and upgrade. It's really in poor shape there. Roof replacement in the main A hall that you see from the road. That would be new panels, new metal roof, and then there's several other roof leaks in the top of the B hall, flat roof, that I do with the same project. And then pavement would be in front of the whole parking lot. We filled all the cracks this year, so we do an overlay of the whole parking lot and then stripe it. And then they're wishing to have the basketball court, half of that removed and the other half made usable, because right now none of it's usable. It's just a place to hang out. So that's it for CVMS. Powaloo. A couple of years ago, we did a roofing project and a painting project there. Last year, pavement project, chiller upgrade, the one people have been wanting for years. We fixed the issues in D hall and E hall pods, and that worked really well. No pending projects, future projects, concrete and pavement, about $100,000. Track upgrade, just like CVMS, and then finish up the fencing project to make it safe, because there's sections of the back fencing and the main fence over by the dumpster that need to be finished to secure that field or the campus entirely. Right now, just the center pod or center area, everybody, that's secure, but the outside fields and stuff aren't. So that would be the fencing project to finish there. George Whittle High School. We've done a lot of work there the last few years, and people wondered why, but it's mainly a lot of ADA upgrades in all the restrooms, and we were going to be fined or closed if we didn't do those upgrades. Did a big carpet replacement in hallways and classrooms. We did roofing repairs. And then the biggest job was the locker rooms and other restrooms and ADA upgrades to the locker rooms that really, you couldn't even shower there anymore. And if anybody ever saw it, I mean, when I got here, it was almost unusable. So all those upgrades really had to be done, whether they close or not. Concrete and pavement, last year, $4,500,000 were completed. Last year, we did a boiler replacement and no pending projects. future projects for the next 3 years is a large HVAC upgrade, and that's just the controls and the air ducts, the air handlers. It's under $1 million, but the flow for that school is everything's original there. So that has to be done as well. And as far as air conditioning there, I'm thinking 2 to 3 million. I have never gotten bids for it because I never thought they really needed it. But we could get prices if anybody wants them. And then pavement and concrete in the next couple of years for making everything safe. And like we like all our schools to be looking good. And then that's it for Whittle. WNC campus, Aspire, we're proposing to move that to the Heritage Building. And we have submitted a grant for the ramps and stairs to be brought up to ADA compliance, approximately $85,000. And I also put in a grant for new windows for around $250,000. And before moving in, which is just a few things that need to be done to make that compliant and correct, or under 20,000. And then the high school is the last one. It's where we focused most of our money for since I've been here. We've done a lot of work there, but all the HVAC is now complete. So there's very little we need to do left on it, but I'll go through it. We brought in the restrooms out by the soccer field and portables, and that was about $400,000 for those. Stadium projects were upwards of $1.3 million, and HVAC upgrades to 100, 200, 400 were $2 million. Fencing, carpet, $60,000. More HVAC improvements, $125,000. More stadium improvements for the stands and the building, $250,000. And then paving, carpet, fencing, another $300,000. And pending projects we have a fencing project we have to finish up with the portables that everybody wanted. So we're going to work on that on spring break, and other times we can work on it, and it'll be done before school opens next year. And we did enclose the whole school is the other fence project for the $300,000. And then for future projects, we really need a football field and a track in the next 3 years. $2 to $2.5 million. So if anybody's got any money laying around, need another donor. Roofing replacement. We've done with the 100 and 200 buildings were done on a warranty issue, which was about a savings of $2 million. And then pavement and concrete work, $100,000. And that is our biggest campus, and we want to keep it our best campus for the most kids and everything. And I think it's a great school. That's all I got.
All right. Are you ready for questions?
Sure.
Okay. Ms. Knighting?
To start with, it looks like CC Manili and Jacks Valley both need roof repairs ranging from 1.2 to 1.3 million. Do they have do those two schools particularly have a history of roof problems?
No, it's not roof problems. It's rooftop package units for heating and air conditioning. The roofs were done under a warranty project that we did. We saved $1.2 million. Those both have new roofs on them, and they were done about 2021 when I got here.
I know in the past there has been problems with leaking at specifically CC Manili. Is that completely addressed?
Completely addressed.
There is no more problems with that at CC.
Hasn't been a leak in 4 years. And yeah, I was leaking for 15 years terribly and had major issues. Like I told Frankie the other day, before I got there, my kids went to those schools and it was terrible. And then since we got the new roofs, there hasn't been an issue since. And it saves a lot of time for when you have 50, 60 roof leaks in a building. It affects lighting, fire sprinklers, systems, and, it takes a lot of maintenance work. It's not just the leaks you're capturing. So all that's been repaired.
So you're very familiar with specifically those two buildings. Is there advantages to one over the other? I mean, that you can see?
Well, if we get the new package units like we're going to do this year, they'll pretty much be equal schools. They both have new roofs. They're both in real good shape inside.
I'm specifically like CC Manili as compared to Scarcelli. They're both in the ranchos. I know one is much newer than the other. How do those two compare in upkeep and other things?
In my opinion, if we do get these package units that we want, we just got new boilers in Manili. Manili's it's an older school, but I think it'll be in better shape through not HVAC, but just everything, all controls, everything internally is just as good as Scarcelli. And Scarcelli has heating issues, and I need to put boilers in Scarcelli. If we keep that, if we go to Scarcelli, I'm going to have to put more money into that than Manili. That not counting the 1.2 we're going to put into it this summer. Manili will be done with for years. Scarcelli is going to need another million or 1.2 million in the next 1 to 3 years. If we keep it. Yes.
Ms. Jansen.
I liked how you did that because it gives us a good visual and a little more understanding. Could you do the same thing with Jacks Valley and Pinion Hills, please?
Yeah. There's not near as the comparison. Pinion Hills is far better school, newer, and like I said, we don't have to put any money in Pinion Hills for the next 3 to 5 years that I foresee. And Jacks is going to need the 1.2 million in the package units that has to be done if we're going to keep it. And Jacks is not in as good a shape as Manili, but it's a nice school. They're both old. Manili and Jacks, they're kind of dark, they're kind of old, but they're good quality schools. And I think they both have new carpet, and we're going to do a lighting upgrade in both. And but Pinion Hills is by far a nicer school.
Mr. Zinke.
Yeah, Mr. Demas, is this working? Is this working? Okay, very good. Could you explain how the decision is made to make improvements, and so obviously some of these cost more than others, some of the buildings are older, some are newer. There's always that juxtaposition of when kids are in class and what can be done versus summer and break and so on and so forth. So You know, like when a boiler is being contemplated as being fixed or repaired or replaced, is that on a preventative nature? Is it that they're no longer working? Is it just an opinion? You know, obviously in the predicament we're in, there's going to be a need to stretch some of these things out if we can. And so I'm curious your opinion on some of those and how you come up with that determination.
Okay. As far as our boiler projects, back in 08, 09, we did an Amoresco deal where they put in a lower grade boiler system, thermo. Can't think of the name of them right off the top of my head, but they only have a 12 to 15-year life, and that's why we're doing boiler projects. We had a lot of them failing and putting a lot of money into it. That's how I look at things, the age of units. And since I've gotten there, we've been doing HVAC units. Typically, they last 20 to 25 years, the rooftop units and the package units. The package units I want to replace at CC Manili and Jax are original of the schools. So we're going on 30 to 35 years on those. And I've had to change out 5 compressors in those, and they're about $5,000 to $7,000 each. But there's the controls on them. They're just so outdated that, you know, we're just sinking a ton of money into it, and we can't find parts for them. And so that's where I go, where I've started. When I got here, I got with CR Engineering, and we went through every piece of equipment we had. I spent $30,000 with that to get accurate information on every piece of equipment I had. I showed Dave everything I went through, and he was very impressed. And from that, we went off of basically the life of the units and stuff, and also what's given you the problems over the years. And I take pride in keeping everything running. And if you don't have air conditioning or heat in the schools, it's a real problem. So with the boilers, we've done probably 5 of the schools already, and only have 2 or 3 left because some of them don't take boilers. And if we're going to keep those schools, I'm going to keep our boiler plan going. But we need them in Scarcelli and we need them in Jax. And those are the 2 schools I haven't done yet. And those are the 2 that I know are on the table for possibly closing. And
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I had an opening there. With regards to some of the specific schools, so in this regard, Ms. Knighting asked about Scarcelli versus CC Manili, or at least in regard to the HVAC systems was a lot of your answer, or the boilers. What about the overall condition of the school? So I believe those schools are about 12 years difference in age, somewhere there. So, you know, that might not seem like a lot, but if we are looking at short-term costs versus long-term longevity here, in the same word, what are your thoughts overall on the schools, other short-term costs aside? So, you know, Scarcelli's newer. It certainly looks newer. I was one of the first classes in Manili. I know the age. It's old. I think it was 1979 that it was built.
Yeah.
So I'm curious between the 2, overall condition and longevity, aside from short-term boiler issues.
Okay. I did turn this off. Sorry. I don't think I'm the one to answer it, but if it was up to me, I think Scarcelli's a much nicer school and a much nicer campus. And I think they hold just about the same amount of students if you don't count the portables. And Manili needs some work, but overall for the high dollar equipment, we'll be done with it if we do the package units this year. But if I had a kid or if I had to work in a school, I think Scarcelli's a finer school, but it's not my call.
Thank you. You may know this is my last question. How much of the expenditures are allotted each year for your repairs? Is there a budget number that you are allotted that is built into our fiscal year numbers? And then you try to, I know you do a great job in saving money when you can and that, but again, with the idea of stretching the dollar here, is any of that money able to go into other funds, specifically other portions of the general fund, or is it strictly allotted to Mr. Demus's fund?
Yeah, as far as I know, capital improvement money is only for capital improvement jobs. I would offer capital money to help with our budget if I could. But what I've been told is I have about 2 million a year to work with for capital improvement. And I'm not going to be here too much longer, but if I was, I think we could go another 2-3 years without doing any capital work. But it doesn't go into the general fund, so.
Right, that's right. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Burns?
Bill, when we talk about the rooftops or any gas units, including the boilers and everything, you and I have had our discussions about where do we put the money? And I think you're saying 30, 35 years. I think we're past due on any of those when that happens. To me, I cap usually at 25 years, but 30, 35 years, as long as they're in good shape. But the main thing I always think about, and I'm sure that parents do and everything, safety. And there's only one thing that really is serious enough, especially with rooftop units, and that's carbon monoxide. So my question is, for the sake of everybody here can hear this, if we cannot do something that on the schedule, not saying that we don't repair something when something happens or replace it, but if we had something on the docket to say, okay, we're going to change 10 rooftops, but there was maybe 1 or 2 of those has already been replaced or repaired, new heat exchanger or whatever. The question is, when you have those older units like that, are they tested on a regular basis for carbon monoxide?
No.
I would suggest that happens anyway, no matter what we do. Anything that's, to me, anything that's older than 5 years should start having at least a yearly check on them. And that's the only thing really that affects kids. Your gas leaks, you can smell that. You can, and you can't tell when something's given carbon monoxide unless you actually use a tester on it. Did many of them. And I've seen some of them that didn't give carbon monoxide off, but they wanted to replace them because they were old, and you could stick your hand right into the side of the heat exchanger, although it was not giving off carbon monoxide. So even then, it's not a foolproof. So I'm just looking at safety. You've done a great job. You know where I stand with you. Everything I've seen from you and been involved in, I've always trusted you because you've always done a great job. But I would suggest that one thing to have, and all you have to do is really find an air duct, find the closest air duct to the furnace and run that tester on it when it's running heat. And the real old ones, I think I test them at least once a month. That's my personal opinion. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Miller?
Thank you, Phil, for being here. I have some questions. I noticed a lot of concrete work. Can you explain? So like Minden had $26,000 concrete work back in 2024, 25. What was that in regards to? Do you remember? Was it like, is it parking lots? Is it school? Like,
No, it's concrete, usually right in the front entry.
okay.
And if you've lived in Gardnerville very long, it's everything it's just lifts and cracks.
Okay, so would that be the same for like the CC Manili when you did the new concrete last school year as well?
That was the front stairs.
Front
They were all unsafe.
I know what stairs you're talking about. And then the pavement at Jack's Valley. I'm just trying to understand, like, it seems like we do a lot of concrete and pavement. And so I'm just trying to understand, like, Jack's Valley had in 24-25 had one, and then again, concrete this current school year. So
Yeah. Who's over there? Pam. The playgrounds, they get to a point where if a kid falls on the asphalt that was there, it's like falling on shell rock.
okay.
You're gonna get cut. It was unusable for a playground.
So I did have a question.
And they were original.
Okay, that makes sense. And then there was in 24-25, there was obviously the bigger capital improvement at Whitell for the middle school and the high school up there. And there was concrete and paving done as well. What was that one for? Because I don't remember seeing that.
Mainly the parking lots. The only concrete work we did was the front entry on the far end
Okay.
down by the sign.
Okay.
But that whole sidewalk all the way to the main entry really needs to be replaced.
So it needs to be replaced, or it was replaced?
Only one section by the sign was replaced.
Okay.
But most of that money was pavement work.
Okay. Oh, for like the back parking lot where the students park? Or...
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, because I haven't seen it resurface, so that's why I was just trying to figure that out. For Zephyr, you'd also talked about window upgrades. Those are very old windows. So why are we now seeing that if it's a future project in the next 3 years when those are very old single pane windows? How come that wasn't something that would have been a priority with potentially like the smoke inhalation and things like that for those students?
In my opinion, you got to put money where you feel it's most important. The windows work as windows. They just don't keep the cool weather out, but they're still windows. They're still safe. And the only reason it was double pane windows, for energy efficiency. So people have brought it up in the past. It just didn't make it, as far as I was concerned, for my top priority.
Okay. And then when you do the concrete and the paving, you try to bid that out together for multiple locations, correct? To help, or is it just one location at a time?
Well, multiple locations if we're doing concrete. Well, one contractor's going to he's going to bid on every place that we need. We don't bid individually. One contractor wins the bid for 5 different schools or whatever.
Okay, thank you.
And I might have my number wrong on pavement at Whitell. I don't think I did 60 grand worth, but probably did 40.
Okay.
Pavement, it's over where John does the salt and over by the bus barn, over in different locations.
Okay.
$30,000 doesn't get you much in concrete or paving these days.
Okay, thank you.
I just have a really quick question while we're talking about Whitell and Zephyr and student safety. I do know that up there at the lake, we've had fires in the area and the smoke gets really bad, and they're in school. They start in August, and if we have a bad smoke year, they're in class and they can't open their windows and it's really hot. So is that something that you can look into, what it would cost to put AC up at the lake?
For sure.
I think we owe that to our students and staff up there to look into it. Mr. Burns.
Thank you. I'm going to pull Mr. Alvarado in on this because there was mentioned slightly about designated money for certain areas for budgets and stuff. You can't take money from one to the other. Mr. Alvarado, for the sake of, we know that because we're around it, but I didn't know it when I started. So I'm sure that a lot of them here do not understand that we can't throw it in one pot and then distribute it. If you want to explain that.
Sure. The district has sent out a Did You Know message that identified what are restricted funds, what are general funds. Capital improvement funds are restricted. They could only be utilized for capital projects. And so we've communicated to our entire school community. It is also posted on our district budget webpage, all of the Did You Know messages. We have about another 5 messages that we plan on sending out before February. And right now we're in the middle of drafting those and preparing those to be issued to further explain the attendance area adjustments because people don't have a strong understanding of that as well.
Great, thank you.
Ms.
The
Knighting?
only, I'm suspecting the only thing in this bill is the expenditures has to stay within the budget
Right.
because of where we're at today. And if we don't spend what's in there on capital improvement, we can't do anything else with it. Am I correct?
Correct. And it may be good, Phil, if you explain, the fees that the district is assessed if we apply for a change order when we're dealing with a project. And I know that's different for every project, but giving the board and the public an understanding of the change order fee,
Yeah.
I think is important.
Well, one of the things I was going to tell you, Dave, was I know we're in a deficit in like say $7 million, and they did that project with Amoresco. So right now I feel we're in real good shape with capital projects and HVAC, and like I said, we could probably go without, and that could bail you out if your school's needed all those upgrades. But we're in good shape there. Where we need our money is for teachers and to run schools, not to run the buildings. So you aren't allowed to take capital money like to run the schools. So the part you're asking me about is to explain change orders.
Yeah, change orders. So when you do a big project, just use Wattel, the modernization of the locker rooms and ADA compliance upgrades. So if you were to change what that order is in that contract with that contractor vendor,
Right.
what are the typical fees assessed to the district when you have change orders?
There really aren't any except for the price of the change orders. There's no extra fees added on at all.
Some contracts have like a 5% fee or an additional percentage of the cost of that additional project. I'm not familiar with our most recent projects as I was not here in the district. So that's why I'm asking you to provide some further clarification.
It's just the contractors' prices, and they always put their profit and everything on it. But as far as a change order fee, they rebid it, but it's time and material type of work usually.
So Phil, you answered what I really expected you to say because I know you, and that's about you're not one to say I've got to take the money because this is what I want to do. I expect you to say about teachers and other things that needs to be taken care of. So that I know that's where your heart's at, and that's why I want to make sure everybody understands that this isn't something that as individuals or head of a department is going to get their way, but actually are willing to do whatever they can
to save money.
Yes. So thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Ms. Knighting?
In comparing CVMS and Powaloo, I see over the next 3 years, CVMS is looking at about 3.5 million in future projects, where Powaloo is looking at about 200,000 in future projects. Is that related to the age of the school, and how do those two schools compare to each other?
Yeah, it's no comparison. CVMS is really old, 1960. And the upgrades to the HVAC system, I took Dave up above the MPR. It's original equipment up there on a lot of those issues. They've been upgraded, but a lot of the equipment is antiquated. It needs to be replaced, or they're not going to have HVAC in the next 3 years. We've done $3 million in A, B, and C hall, but the bigger, the gymnasium, the NPR, the kitchen, the library, that whole area is original equipment. And if we're going to keep that school, that's where money's going into.
So
Powell's in great shape.
is in
It's a
much
great
better
school.
shape.
Yeah. I mean, no comparison.
Yeah, I've sat at graduation, 8th grade graduation. It gets hot in that room. is toasty warm. A question that I had on DHS, it says a football field and track. Our football field was replaced not that long ago, correct?
2013.
No, it's been since then because we had to replace it due to
Our
a
football
copyright,
field?
the football field, to the copyright problem that we had with the logo.
Okay, then that would have been before I got here,
Okay.
but I don't know if they did the whole track or not. I just
I think
had,
they did the track, but I know they did the football field.
yeah, I'm saying I don't know if they did the whole football field. It's
Yeah, all the turf got replaced. So that's why I was curious why are we replacing it when it was just replaced, a few years ago.
because
How long ago? I can't tell you exactly when. I don't, not good at remembering those kinds of things. Mr. Zinke?
Can I just did a quick search and the Nevada appeal shows that, the Douglas High School, Tiger Head and Claw logo, infringement was back in 2010. So it could very well be the same place.
Interesting, because it wasn't that long ago that it was replaced.
The cease and
Oh.
desist letter was in the spring of 2009.
Wow. Okay.
yeah, Karen Sealbender has a piece of the track and a piece of the field, and it was 13 that I know. The field was done. And they're only good for about 10 years. So
Yeah. I'm
So
pretty sure it's been replaced since I've been here, and we moved here in 2014.
yeah. So I had Hellas. They're the ones who did the job. I had them come out and do a remodel, an upgrade to the turf, and they just told me, I know they sell football fields, but there's a lot of seams that are. I had them fix all the seams, but the field that we got, the last field we got, was not the best quality field.
Mr. Zinke.
You just have to read a little further. Marty Swisher is quoted back in the time of this article that they were going to give until 2020 to do the logo on the field,
Mhm.
and that they knew there would be resurfacing needed anyway. So yes, it probably is newer than 2013.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Because my boys played lacrosse on it, and it was brand new.
Yeah. Well, it could go another 10 years if you don't have money. So
Yeah. It's just, it's a $2 million cost that it'd be good to know how old our field is, how old our track is, what condition is it in? Do we need to spend that $2 million or not? That's a lot of money.
yeah, I just had the people come out and give me an evaluation, and they said 2 to 3 years is about all you're going to get out of it.
Okay.
Before it's unsafe. I mean, we did a lot of seams this year, and we didn't get the most high quality of fields, is what I was told. And looking at the field, it's not in the greatest shape. But, if you don't have the money, you don't have the money. So I'd say, I know for a fact the track, I had it overlaid a year ago. And like I said about the freeze thaw, the asphalt underneath the track just cracks because of freeze thaw every year. And so when we did the stadium improvement to fix all the cracks, we took out 2 feet on each side of the track, the length of the crack, and we took out all the asphalt that's cracking underneath, and we had them all repaired properly. But then now you have a patch in your track, so there's 20 different patches in the track. So I mean, the coach of the track is pretty disgusted with the job that we had done, but we only paid 80,000 instead of 800,000. So we have a track that works, but the track should be replaced in the next year or two if we want to hold quality events there.
We could hold them up at Wattell.
Yeah.
They have a new track.
Unfortunately, Wattell
And a
doesn't
new
have
field.
many lanes
Oh.
for the 5A sports. It works for 1 and 2, but it doesn't necessarily work for the higher divisions.
I was kidding. Okay. Okay, any other questions for Mr. Demas? Ms. Miller?
So one thing we have to remember is, you know, we do have a budget each year for $2 million. We have to remember also that when we don't do certain capital improvements, it then will add up more later on. We'll end up with like a backlog of things to be done, or it can be more expensive if we don't do certain things in a timely manner.
All right, anything further? All right, thank you, Mr. Demas. I appreciate your
Thank
time.
you.
All right. We will take public comment on both number 3 and 4 after we discuss number 4. So we're going to go into agenda item number 4, consolidation scenarios with cost analysis. And then we will take public comment after that.
Okay, thank you, President Wagstaff. Before I get started in this presentation, I have to tell the board and the public, this is one of the most difficult presentations to put together because it's emotionally charged. And really, you know, we've heard public comment at past meetings, and schools are the heartbeats of community. Every school that we have has history, has traditions. They each have their own unique culture built in within their unique area of Douglas County. And there's a lot of pride that comes with, you know, attending a local school and also attending a smaller school. And there's a lot of special attention that students receive in those types of environments. So as I put this presentation together, you know, it hurt my heart a little bit knowing that potentially we could be losing schools in our school district. And so as I put it together, I followed the direction of the board. The board has asked me to look at 3 different scenarios. However, there are different scenarios that we can put together. So at the end of this, if there's another scenario that you want to see, I can put that together, and we'll have to schedule another special meeting to review that because we're short on time here. You know, if the board's going to make a decision here on February 3rd, there's tons of planning and many different processes that need to take place in order to prepare for opening the 26-27 school year. We're under a time crunch, seriously. Okay, next page. All right, so what are school consolidations? You know, so a consolidation is merging one or more campuses together. But it's more than just that. You know, there's a lot of work that takes place in order to plan it out so that way we can meet the needs of our students and ensure that we're providing appropriate services in an appropriate space and according to safety standards. So really, if the board does choose to consolidate one of these scenarios or a future scenario, we are going to have to look at our boundaries and we're going to have to optimize enrollment across the district at all of our elementaries. But later in this presentation, you will see a copy of our boundary map, and you'll notice we have some some locations that have dense populations. And it's not necessarily going to be the easiest thing to level out and have an even enrollment across the entire district at every single school, no matter what is decided by the board, no matter what, there'll be some type of imbalance. In addition to boundary changes, we have to look at transportation routes. And that's going to be time consuming. Our transportation software was due for an update 6-7 years ago. As I looked at that version of software last week, I had a sandbox version created by TransFinder, and we have some data discrepancies within our current software that prevents us from having viable data that we can analyze and reference. For example, out of our 4,700 students, there's 660 students that are not properly geocoded. So when you go into a boundary, there's 660 students missing from all of our different enrollment boundaries, which complicates, analyzing and considering different adjustments. So that's the work that's going to have to take place immediately. And then next thing, with any consolidation, we have to work on determining how we will repurpose these school facilities. That is also a lengthy process. Trying to do that in a month, 2 months, 3 months is, we don't want to rush that process. We definitely want to seek stakeholder input from our employees, our communities, and most districts have the luxury of having a year or more. For example, just north of us, Washoe has the luxury of having 18 months to go through their consolidation and closure processes. We're afforded 3 months. So I'm just pointing out the glaring nuances with all of the work that we're tasked with currently. So consolidations are an alternative to making reductions across the district. I met with Dr. Jensen, the consultant in which you approved the contract last week. We worked on the draft report to Department of Taxation. We met with Paul Johnson, a member of the Committee on Local Government Finance, and we did another review of our financial situation, but we brought in our finances for next school year to determine and have a solid idea of what our number target is. Right. So the board knows we're close to a $5.2 million deficit this year. But when we look at the finances for next year, and if we don't make any changes to staffing or the organization of the district, our target in the report that we'll deliver to Department of Taxation is reducing $6.9 million by June of 2027. So we have 18 months first off, we'll deliver this plan to the Department of Taxation in February, but we're starting the work now and we have 18 months to recover that dollar amount. And that only gets us to net zero. At that point, we have to develop another plan on how we're going to restore the 4% ending fund balance and a 2% contingency that NRS asked us to hold. So that's about 6% more money that we have to figure out a plan on how to recover after we get to net zero. So in looking at the amount of positions we would have to reduce by the end of this school year, Mr. Johnson, Dr. Jensen, and myself, it's going to be just slightly over 60 total positions that we would need to reduce going into next school year. So a consolidation there are unintended consequences to consolidations, but there are also benefits. So really, I'm going to frame this in a positive way because we can't focus on the negative aspects of all of this, right? What a consolidation allows is for us to maintain the integrity of our programs, our instructional programs, our extracurricular programs, and the services that we provide students because we can reduce overhead cost. And so the purpose, is to ensure long-term fiscal stability while maintaining high quality teaching and learning with our students. And I think we need to approach this as like a redesign. Although it will hurt the community, it will hurt our leaders and our educators and our staff members in the district for the board to make this decision. There are silver linings in which we may be able to enhance some of the things that we already offer to students or that we provide to students. So I'm going to take that approach. So what we look at, instructional equity. Are we providing, if we go through this and reduce, 60 plus employees across the district, we will practically have a skeleton crew at almost every single school site, and water down the education that we're providing kids or the opportunities that we're providing kids. No matter what, our teachers will do a fantastic job educating, and our support staff will do a fantastic job supporting our teachers and our students. But without appropriate staffing to serve kids, that's a detriment to our instructional program and also maximizing their potential. Operational efficiency. So consolidating schools allows you to reduce overhead cost. Later down in this presentation, you will see a cost analysis, and I'll dive deeper on how that cost analysis was developed. Currently, at most of our schools, we have about 2 teachers in each grade level. Consolidation allows to have more teachers at each of the grade levels, which helps to enhance our collaboration amongst our educators, and they support each other on top of our administrators supporting them. Our PDC supporting everybody else, and our cabinet level members also supporting everybody else, right? So there's just going to be multiple layers of support when you have more than 2 teachers in each of the grade levels. Optimizing building capacity reduces overhead costs. So right now we have schools that are in between 50 and 60% capacity. The target range would be, 85 to 90% capacity to maximize your resources and maximize or reduce all those overhead costs that take away from the classroom. And then we can target all the dollars towards the classroom to ensure that we are providing the best possible education to our kids. So we also have to consider sustainability. Declining enrollment has been a major issue with our revenue. We've lost over $5 million in revenue. That's not new information. That's already been presented to the board and the public. And we're on 7 consecutive years of decline at this point. We're not gaining kids. We're losing kids 7 consecutive school years. Next page. Okay, so here are some scenarios, right, that the board has asked me to put together. You asked for a scenario in the north, you asked for one in the south, and then you asked me to look into, a scenario of having a K through 12 school building up in Lake Tahoe. So that's what I'll present to you tonight. Okay, here's just an image of enrollment going back to 16-17 to present school year. As you see, there's been pockets of decline and pockets of increases in enrollment. Next slide. And then here's the data that goes with those images, right? And so what you'll see is Jacks Valley's enrollment at the top, Pinion right at the bottom. And then if you combine schools, what the overall total enrollment would look like present day. I will focus on 25-26. So present day, if we were to combine both schools, we'd have approximately 584 students. And just remember, enrollment changes every day. We can gain students, we can lose students on a daily basis. So there may be plus or minus 5 or 10 kids in that total enrollment. Okay, cost savings analysis. So if the board is to decide to combine Jacks Valley and Pinion into one school, these are the positions that are duplicate positions that we can consider reducing, right? So between both schools, there's 2 principals. We would only need 1. In that annual savings estimation, what we did is we took the lowest salaried employee in that classification. You don't always lose the highest salaried employee. So we want to be as conservative as possible in our cost analysis. And then we ran our benefit formula to it. And so that covers the salary and the benefits for our lowest salaried person in each of these positions. So for a principal, 1 less principal, that's $161,000 savings. Depending on the size of the consolidated school, that would determine, the FTE we allocate for a vice principal. And then Secretary 2, currently between both school sites, there's 2 positions. We would only need 1. It's about a $61,000 savings. Same thing for Secretary 1, right at 41. And then the same thing down for each of those positions there. Custodial, we have about 5.5 positions. We would be able to reduce 2.5 of those positions, and that's the largest sum of money when you look at this consolidation. So when I talk about reducing overhead cost, reducing that classification alone is over $250,000. For media techs, that's about 58,000. Maintenance staff, right around 78,000. 1 counseling position, 102. 1 nursing position at 87. And then teachers are also dependent on student enrollment. So we follow our class size ratio plan. And so we would have to determine after consolidation, a decision is made on that. We have to go through the open enrollment process, and we'll talk about that at the very end of this presentation. But parents will have a choice on where they have their child attend school, and that's going to be based upon facility capacity. And then students that attend 1- and 2-star schools would have preference to attend their school of choice. So cost of a teacher, this is step 1, column 1, with benefits is right around $82,000. So the cost analysis for this consolidation is just under $1 million at $938,000. But then we have to also look at utilities. And utilities, we don't save 100% of utilities when you consolidate and repurpose a facility. You still have to maintain the water. You still have to have heating for the building so the pipes don't freeze. And so I would estimate that a savings cost would be 60% of the total cost. Once again, to be conservative in our cost analysis, we take the lower amount. That doesn't mean we've identified that school as being the school that gets consolidated to the other one. But in our estimations, the lower amount here is $134,300, and we would estimate that we save 60% of that. And you'll see all of that in one sheet after the consolidation scenarios. Okay, so this next scenario is in the south part of the county. Once again, you'll see the overlay of enrollment. You'll see the declining trend here all the way to 25-26. And then the next slide will give you the data on if we combine schools. For 25-26, we would have approximately 612 students, which is well within the capacity, I believe, for both of the schools.
What would have been the capacity for the first one? The number of students, would that have also been well underneath both of those?
Yes. Yeah, for both. Yeah. Okay, next slide. So same thing, same cost analysis between the north consolidation and the south consolidation. I won't go through every position. I've already done that. And so it's the same dollar amount, $938,000 that can save in overhead cost. And once again, a vice principal position and teacher positions are based upon student enrollment in the district. Okay, utility costs, once again, 60% of the lowest dollar amount, here. If you notice, those 2 schools are roughly the same. So 60% of 113,000. You'll see the total savings once we get to that last slide. Okay, the third scenario is up at the lake schools. So I do want to point out here, the darker line is Zephyr. Zephyr has been pretty stable since the 22 and 23 school year. That line is not completely flat. It did have one tiny little peak in there, 24-25, and then leveled back out. And then George Wattell, you'll see, that line's a lot more jagged, a lot more peaks in the enrollment up at George Wattell. But really the silver lining in their enrollment is they're increasing enrollment. If every student remains in that 8th grade class or 5th grade class going up to the high school, they'll have 10 to 15 more students than what they have this year, next school year. Okay, looking at the high school, once again, 25 and 26, if you were to combine the enrollment for both, that's 292 students. I also want to point out that the Lake schools have faced the consolidation before. Kingsbury Middle School was closed and sold, and George Wattell High School did absorb George Wattell Middle School. And so they do have a 6th through 12th grade program at the high school currently. And that's well within the capacity of the high school, but it's not within the capacity of Zephyr. And Zephyr wouldn't be an appropriate school for secondary students. And you probably can say the same thing for our elementary students going up to Wattell High School. That facility would require lots of capital dollars to upgrade the restrooms. We'd have to have many urinals, toilets, sinks, all of those different things to have little people housed at the high school. And the other complexity with doing a consolidation up there is the bells, right? So high schools and elementary would have two different bell systems. Elementary typically doesn't have a bell system, but that would be something that they would have to fix through capital improvement as well. Okay, cost analysis is much different up at the lake because they have faced the consolidation and they do share staff. This is truly a model for consolidation. So there's really 3 positions that we can even consider reducing in order to maintain the integrity of the programs up there. And so the cost is very minimal. Cost analysis savings is about $188,000. If we were to move Zephyr up to George Wattell High School, once again, we could not do it the reverse. But then we would spend more than the $188 in capital dollars to improve that facility and ensure that it can house little people. Okay, so then you'll see a big discrepancy in utilities here. So George Wattell High School on an annual basis is about $214,000 in utility costs. Zephyr is half of that at $106. And you would save about 60% of what Zephyr Cove Elementary is. So, just over $60,000 in savings there. Okay, and so here's the consolidation scenarios all together. Once you'll see here in the north, about $1,019,000 total between the overhead cost reduction plus the potential utility cost savings. In the south, about $1,006,000, and then up at the lake, about $251,000 in cost savings, with the total for all 3 different scenarios at about $2.2 million. And I don't believe the board is considering all 3 scenarios. We'll wait and see, what direction you provide at the end of this presentation. Okay, so boundary adjustments. So no matter what decision the board makes, we have to look at our boundaries, look at balancing out the enrollment. That requires community input. No matter what decision is made, I think we need to go out and get community input. Boundaries should be adjusted no matter what. And if you decide to move forward or you want me to pursue a consolidation further, then we need to schedule town halls. And we need to seek input from our employees. I did send an email to the board asking you to visit every single school. If you have not been to a school in the district that is being considered for consolidation, I ask that you reach out to the principal, schedule a meeting, walk the facility, and do it during teaching and learning time. So that way you see our students in action with our educators and get a feel for the school building before any decision is made. And then, town halls, the board member responsible for the district that school resides in, I would ask that board member attends the town hall as well as 2 additional board members. We don't want to have 4 there and have, the possibility of having a quorum at a town hall. We don't want to have any open meeting law violations. But depending on your direction, I will set up town halls with our principals. I met with them today. I do have potential dates dependent on the direction that you provide tonight. And then we have open enrollment. So on February 9th, we have the open enrollment application process, and that closes on February 20th. And then it's kind of like a mad dash to figure out, and rebalance what our enrollment's going to look like before we give staffing allocations to our principals for planning for next school year. Okay, so here are our current boundaries. This is what the boundaries look like. Once again, I mentioned we have over 660 not geocoded. All those little people you see are students that attend one of our schools. This is very, very old software. Within 30 days, we will be upgraded to the cloud version and the most modern version of this software, which will be more efficient and effective in determining routes, which could be another potential savings for route consolidations. On the next slide, these are possible school boundaries. Once again, these are not changes we're making, but I wanted the board to see what possible changes, what they could look like if a consolidation were to take place. Right. So in the north, you'll see both the Jacks Valley and Pinion area combined, with an exception of Genoa. So if that decision is made to consolidate the north, that would be the boundary for the north, or could be the boundary for the north. And then from where Genoa is, that could be reboundaried to go to Minden Elementary School. And then the Ruenstroth area east of the 395 can be reboundaried to go to Gardnerville Elementary School. But we also have the Foothill area, and that holds about 16 elementary students in that Foothill area. And so they can be boundaried to GES, they could be boundaried to Minden Elementary School. Because of the geocoding issue, we can't rely on the data that's currently in the system. So we have to upgrade, make sure every kid is geocoded, and then we will have very accurate information on how many kids live in that area before we make any adjustments. So this is just a visual on what it could look like. And currently the TRE area is scheduled to go to Minden Elementary, and this visual shows that staying the same. That they would still continue to go to Minden Elementary School. Okay, so open enrollment. This is recent legislation, AB 533. The district has to provide an opportunity and an application process for parents to apply to go to an alternative school than their resident school. Students that attend a 1 and 2 star have priority. And then it's also dependent on facility capacity. So if every classroom is filled and maxed out, at 25 students, and there's no space, that would be the only time we can deny enrollment through the open enrollment process. In this biennium, there is funding provided for transportation, and the funding can happen 2 different ways. It could be direct payment to parents to transport their kids to their open enrollment school. Once they apply and are approved for open enrollment, that becomes their new school of residence. So there's not going to be an annual application for them. The other way for funding to happen is our transportation department would determine the cost, and then our grants office would apply for that grant through Nevada Department of Education, and then that money would be sent directly to the school district. So that sums up the presentation, and I'm sure many of you have questions. What do you have?
Do you want to start us off, Mr. Zinke?
Sure. Thank you for this. I know we are in a time crunch, but I know the burden is falling solely on you and the staff. So I appreciate it. I think the goal is to do the least number of changes with the most amount of benefit, right? And so you have some consolidations here. I think there 3 have been chosen. I am going to request additional information. What is the dollar amount on and you won't know this for sure, but a ballpark on the 60 positions that you're anticipating in the reduction in force that you mentioned during this? So I am staying on topic, I promise.
Yeah. So 60 positions, many of those positions would have to be reduced immediately this school year. And when our contracts require 40-day notice to our associations, 30-day notice to the employees. And we would have to make those cuts now to have actualized savings this year. And then next year have a full year of savings. And we're chasing $6.9 million. That's what we're chasing
Right.
in order to get to net zero. So that does not restore our ending fund balance. I do have the 10-year analysis with new financial information that, I worked on with the Committee on Local Government Finance, Paul Johnson, the member of that committee. Tomorrow morning, that will be posted to our budget webpage. So any community member, I will send that directly to the board as well. And there's a PowerPoint presentation to kind of share the why around why are we in this situation. And so I do recommend that everybody takes a thorough look at that. It tells the story of where we hit the tipping point and where we should have made some key decisions in reductions of staff so that we didn't land in the current position we are in today.
Sure. So what I'm getting at here is obviously there's a lot of sentiment regarding school consolidations, and it does look like it's necessary. We are declining a school district, but if it's not necessary and there are ways to avoid that, I think it behooves us to avoid that at all costs. Obviously, that comes with positions, and there are real people tied to these positions. This is not just cut jobs and who cares? This is people's livelihoods, and this is our community. And so the tricky part here is, how do we get to that number, right? And that's what you just expressed as well. So what part of that comes with is, when do these decisions have to be made absolutely without a doubt we're moving forward? Because I still think we need more information before we make some of these calls. And it feels like we're quite in the rush, which we are, but there's got to be some give there, or there doesn't have to, but could you explain that?
Yeah, I would say the decision for consolidation needs to be made by ski week, by February break. And that would put the district in a good position of preparing to be successful in opening for the 26-27 school year. After a decision is made, then we go through open enrollment. We then look at the boundaries, and we would have to bring boundary changes back to the board. But that's going to require stakeholder input before we bring that back to the board. And so all the stakeholder input sessions, those are timely processes as well. And typically they take place in the evenings so that as many parents can attend as possible because they work as well, right? So doing these meetings during the day are just not possible for our community. And so did that answer your question, or did you need further explanation?
I think it does. And so I'm going to apologize to the board, because I'd imagine we're going to have some more special meetings, because I would like to request some additional consolidation numbers, if I may. Specifically, Paulaloo and Carson Valley Middle School has a potential. And again, I want to remind all of our constituents, no decisions have been made. I can't imagine what it's like to go through this. I certainly haven't had to, but there's been a slew of emails and misinformation out there regarding decisions and the idea that they've already been decided, and couldn't be further from the truth. So that's one that I would request. And then just thinking a little outside of the box here, GES is closest to the middle of all the areas. Maybe seeing if those kids could go to various schools based on their proximity to them, or a logical, and that's up for debate, rationale of where they could go as another potential consolidation across the board, if that makes sense.
I just need a little more specifics on the GES consolidation. So that would be no students at GES. Okay.
And they could go to various schools if their populations are appropriate and they could house them, if that's even a possibility. Clearly, you could start that, and if it comes out that's not a possibility, that's a good enough answer. But it would be nice to see that as well. Please.
Okay. So 2 new scenarios that you want developed.
And I apologize in advance.
Okay.
Well, and I think if you're looking at consolidating middle schools, you might look at taking the 6th graders back to the elementaries.
It would require that. It would require
I
that.
think
Yes.
That's part of the consolidation idea for sure. And then that might eliminate the GES idea for the same reason.
Mr. Burns?
I get two. One is do we know the student to teacher ratio of both schools up at the lake?
Yeah, we do.
Okay. And how does that compare to in the valley?
We can do a comparison. I can tell you Zephyr Cove has some of the largest class sizes that they've had in the most recent years. You know, they're about 27 at first and second grade right now. There are about 27 students per teacher.
Which one?
Zephyr Cove, the one you asked about, for first and second grade right now.
Okay.
But I can show you a comparison if you want to see a comparison.
Okay. I mean, I'm sure knowing you, I'm sure you have looked at everything as far as student to teacher ratio. But I have one other thought. We know that we declined the past 7 years. I was just thinking going back to 2022, but there was some heavy hiring going on. And most of them did not come before the board when I was on it 3 years ago. In fact, almost all of them didn't come before the board.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but we may be off topic because this one's consolidation, which, you know, but go ahead.
I understand.
Yeah.
But your numbers and compared for consolidation I think we should be looking at as well for the consolidation to not disrupt long-term teachers as much as possible. So I'm saying the consolidation is going to affect some schools that they've been well planted for a long time. And we're going to have other ones in the school also that are new. And that was the problem that's what got us there. So I'm just saying that we should be looking also not at just the students, but the teachers as well. I think in fairness, that to me, I'm looking at fairness for the teachers. So
I just need to make sure I understand what you're asking. Are you talking about looking at which school sites have the most veteran staff or looking at individual teachers? Because there's a legal process we have to follow.
Correct.
Whenever we do any type of reduction in force, through our projections, our teacher staffing is spot on. Like we don't anticipate teacher reductions, maybe some reassignments and some involuntary transfers, but we don't anticipate rifts specifically for teachers.
Do we know how many is going to retire?
We currently have 5 retirements that we're aware of,
Okay.
But 0 in the elementary level.
Okay. Yeah, I'm familiar, but I know that this state's different than other states when it comes to how you cut back.
Correct.
So I'll leave that up to you. I don't want to get in the middle of that mess.
Okay.
So, but that's just my thoughts of, throwing something out there to think about that maybe how it also affects. I'm trying to show the least effect possible for our teachers that's been good and been with us a long time. I wouldn't like it if I was with a company a long time. I'm just throwing out that information, just thoughts.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Ms. Nighting?
In looking to get to 6.9 million in the work that you've done, is there any way with the reducing in the 60 positions to get there without consolidation?
I can bring that information back to the board. No,
Okay.
I don't have that right now. But this is just one component. If we recall the phased reduction plan by the consultant, he was looking at having a percentage from multiple different things in order to recover the 6.9 million. And that's based upon a conversation him and I had before he submitted his proposal.
Yeah, I was just wondering if it is even financially feasible to make up that kind of money without a consolidation, because you always want to cut as far away from students as possible. This one's right. I mean, this is right on top of them. So, but I don't know if it would be even fiscally, we'd be able to do it without this. So I would love to know that.
Yeah. So phase one is returning back to the negotiation table with our associations. And I don't know how quickly we will get through that process. So then we'll have to figure out what type of compromises are made in that process, what those dollar amounts are, shave that from the 6.9, and then look at what the reductions would reduce. And then ultimately, if the reductions in that don't equal 6.9, then we probably are forced for a consolidation.
And I guess with that too, I mean, we realize we have declining enrollment, but it would sure be nice to have more time on this if we could get to that number. I mean, even to do a phased reduction where, kindergarten starts by going over to that school, and then we start to, so it's more gradual and it's not so disruptive to the kids. And I don't know if we would be able to get that luxury by the reduction. So it would be nice to know.
Okay.
Besides reduction in force and laying off teachers, what are other things out there that are possible? Can we sell buildings like the district office? What else can we do?
So when we sell a building, I believe we covered this in one of the previous meetings. When we sell a building, it goes to the Sites and Buildings Fund. It can only be utilized for capital improvements. So that money cannot help us in this situation.
Is there anything else?
Yes, there's other things. The board will receive professional development on our health insurance plan. And then we're going out for bidding for self-funded and fully funded health plans. And the board will have an item, I think in June, in which you'll have to make a decision on our health plan. So that's another way that we can save cost. We're looking at everything.
Thank you.
Yeah. As of today, in talking to Bill Blumenthal, as custodial positions have become a bit vacant and through attrition, we reduced custodial positions to the tune of 320,000 from the start of the school year till now. So there is a lot of reductions that we made, close to $1 million that we've made that are not captured within the December amendment. And so we'll start developing that list and making sure that that's captured in the report to the Department of Taxation as well.
Ms. Miller.
So I know at the end of last school year, we had a reduction in positions. Was that captured, that savings captured with the current budget with the amendment?
What was the date of that? So anything after June would be captured in this year's budget. But if the reduction happened before June or prior, it would not be captured. It would have been in last year's budget.
In last year's budget, because I know that there was a reduction in some positions, I believe, going into the new school year. So I was just trying to understand if that, obviously that then's taken out of our budget. So then we don't have those expenses going into this 6.9 that we're chasing, or almost 7 million. But you've said that you've already, with the amendment, it doesn't reflect the almost million that you've saved so far. So then would that reduce that 7 that we're chasing down to 6?
No, we utilize
to be a partial.
Yeah, we utilize those dollars, and I shared all the reductions, all the positions. We have a list from HR, and then we minus that dollar amount. So we're chasing 6.9 million.
Okay.
And that includes those other reductions.
Okay, but all the reductions that you've done so far, or
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think that we need to really figure out how far away from our students that we can help reduce this deficit first. I think, if we're going to do, obviously the next topic's a reduction in staff, but I think we need to do it as far student facing as possible. That it's less impact on our students. I mean, the site consolidation, 2 of them alone equal $2 million, and then you're just chasing just over 4. That's definitely a huge chunk of what we're looking for. Obviously the lake, when you're combining 3 schools that are already combined into 2 locations, $250,000 doesn't seem like something to chase. especially when you have to look at, you know, your kinder through 12 with different bell systems, different kitchen portion sizes. How are you going to, I mean, there's a lot of logistics, like you stated, with the capital improvements, but just how you're going to manage that, you know, in one facility type situation. I don't know if that's something that we need to chase down, but it would be interesting to see, you know, with Trustee Zinke's idea about a different type of consolidation and what kind of cost savings that could do. But again, I think we want to be as far student facing as possible. And that's just how I think that we should go through this.
I agree. I think we need to stay as far away from the classroom as possible. And if we do have to consolidate, then I think we should look at how do we keep our class sizes better. Instead of having, 25 to 27 students, can we have, 17 or 18 per class? And so maybe, obviously our students, we're going to have potentially the same number of students, whether it's at 2 schools or 1 school. We're still going to need teachers. Those teachers, we don't just cram more kids into the same class.
Yeah. Our limitation will be the number of classrooms in a school building. Not every classroom is equal in size and square footage.
Right.
Our older school sites have smaller classrooms, where the newer school sites have the Nevada classroom, which is much bigger. And so that's our limitation, just so you know.
Okay, that's good to know. Mr. Zinke.
Just for a little bit of clarification on some of the things being discussed and the likelihood of consolidations versus a reduction in force. At our previous meeting regarding the professional services contract, the study proposal was that 75% of the target savings would come from a reduction in force and 20% from consolidations. So if we're looking for 7 million, about 1.4, and I would say to 2 million would be in consolidations, and the reduction in force would most likely make up the additional amount.
Yeah. And that's why it's, over 60 positions.
Right.
Ms. Knighting.
And I guess that's why I think it's important that we do visit the sites. I was out in the ranchos. I walked from C.C. Manili to Scarcelli today. It's 1.4 miles, but there's things you don't take into consideration. Many of the kids walk in that area, and in the older part of the ranchos, there are no sidewalks. So by the time I got to a certain point, I was walking in mud, and due to the rain, I was walking in puddles or on the road. And so when you're looking at these, you really need to know these sites. And I was glad that Phil was here, but especially like with CC and Scarcelli, is if you're going to bus some kids and have some kids walk, man, you would want them walking on the sidewalks in the new parts of the ranchos instead of in the mud or on the road in that part. And so I think it's really important as we're having these conversations that we do our due diligence to really know these things. Also, Scarcelli, has these huge windows, full windows. And anyway, I just think it's important that we take into this all these things into consideration.
Agreed. Any further discussion? Any other direction? Any questions for the board?
I will prepare 2 additional scenarios. We can cover this in our officers meeting, our agenda planning tomorrow, and we can set a date for the next special meeting.
Okay.
I would just add, maybe do the middle school scenario first to save yourself some time if it's not logical for the elementary scenario.
Yes.
All right. So at this time, we will go ahead and open it up for public comment on agenda item number 3 and 4. So you can talk about the facility and the consolidation scenarios. And I would like to remind everyone to please be respectful and to be considerate that this is a hard decision for all of us, no matter what we do. It is going to affect our community, and this is not an easy decision. And so I feel like as board members, we are working really hard to gather as much information as we possibly can before we even think about making a decision.
Mr. Alvarado?
Just one more comment for the board and the public. When we lose 10 kids, we have a loss of revenue of $106,000. And there are unintended consequences to consolidation, right? So just putting that out there.
All right, please. state
Before
your
I
name.
begin, I'd like to admonish Mr. Zinke for referring to, as a product of the 40s, referring to the 70s as old. I'm pulling your leg, of course.
Please make sure you state your name for the record.
Dr. Robert Houchin for the record, and I'd like to let you know that I have applied for the existing vacancy on the Board of Trustees. In the United States, teachers typically make up 66% of school district total staff. Office administration and management, another 10%, and support staff, 24%. I first looked at Nevada as a whole, but it became obvious that that was skewed by the small counties. Deleting them, I then realized that what I had left was skewed by the economics of scale of Clark County. So I settled on a comparison of Carson City, Churchill, Elko, Humboldt, Lyon, Nye, and Douglas counties. In terms of administrative, teachers, support staff, those counties average 3.2% administrative, 45% teachers, and 57% support staff. Douglas County has 2% administrative, 24% teachers, and 74% support staff. It isn't that 300 teachers is too few, it's that 1,000 support staff is too many. The other school districts have 15 students per support staff. Douglas County has 5. 3 times as much as everyone else. Both nationally and in comparable districts in Nevada, student to staff ratio is about 8-to-1, or about 630 for a district of our size. Douglas County has approximately 1,300 total staff, a ratio of 3.7-to-1 as compared to 8-to-1, or more than double the average, and one has to ask why. At the top of the pay scale, other counties have 25% principals. Douglas doesn't have any. 30% of the top pay goes to teachers in other counties. In Douglas County, it's 18%. Medical in other districts is less than 10%. In Douglas County, it's 25%. The solution seems stunningly obvious. We need to reduce support staff. Why does it take 3 times as many as the rest of the nation in Douglas County? It's a bitter pill to swallow. And that's the bad news. I also bring good news. The board is aware that my company has proposed an alternative solution. We project that we can deliver an additional revenue to the district in the amount of $3 million in the first year, $12 million in the second year, $27 million in the third year, and after that it becomes parabolic and the numbers become staggering. We look forward to further discussions with you on these issues, and I will remain afterwards for teachers and parents. If you wish to discuss these issues with me, I'd be happy to answer your questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
I can provide a little clarity. So the revenue he's discussing is by means of revenue bonds, which would require additional staff, to get that work done. I'm not aware of any school district in the nation that does revenue bonds, but we are approved to do those.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Christopher Mora. I'm a Douglas County resident and parent. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment tonight. I want to acknowledge that I understand the position the board is in. You're being asked to make difficult decisions, and the measures being discussed tonight, including consolidation and staffing reductions, may be unavoidable in the short term. But I want it clearly in the public record that the scenarios being discussed tonight are at best band-aids. If I may ask a rhetorical question to Mr. Alvarado, the decline you're seeing, is there any indication that it's going to stop? The underlying problem isn't simply a structural deficit from fewer students. It's that Douglas County has not actively integrated working families with school-age children into its long-term vision and planning. According to U.S. Census data, about 21.5% of the U.S. population is under the age of 18. In Douglas County, that share is significantly lower. And the median age is over 54, meaning we have far fewer children relative to adults than the nation as a whole. That is not happenstance. That is not accident. That reflects the outcomes of the current long-term planning choices. I'm also genuinely curious if there are any of our county commissioners here tonight. Okay, no. Because the long-term solution sits upstream of this board until housing policy, land use, and growth planning actively support supporting working families, attracting working families, enrollment will continue to decline. And we'll be back here again talking about relocating kids, talking about reducing workforce. I urge everyone here tonight to think long-term beyond these temporary solutions and to formally call for a coordinated action at the county level so the school district, the kids and the teachers and everyone in between can have a sustainable future. That's on me, that's on all of us here to do that. So I thank you for your time and I appreciate your attention to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have one online?
We got 6 online right now.
Okay. We'll take a few online.
Okay.
Hi there. Hello.
We can hear you. Go ahead. Please state your name.
Perfect. Hi, I'm Shannon. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Alvarado. My name is Shannon Stevens. Thank you for doing all this hard work on finding a resolution for this mess. I know it's not easy. You didn't get us here, but I'm glad you're there to get us out. I am a mother of 3 students at Whitall High School, a 9th grader and 2 7th graders. Tonight, I'm speaking as a mother who has trusted this district with her children and who is asking you to stop putting our lake schools in constant jeopardy. Every time consolidation is discussed, lake families hear the same message, that our kids are too few, our community is too small, and our schools are a problem that need fixing. But our schools are not failing this district. In fact, they are helping sustain it. Your own report, Superintendent Alvarado, shows that consolidating the lake schools would save far less money than consolidations in the valley, while creating a far greater disruption for families living at the lake. What's even more important and often overlooked is that lake schools bring in more funding than they cost. In fact, based on the district's own data, the average funding per student at the lake schools is $20,098. That higher amount exists because the state of Nevada recognizes the real cost of educating students in rural communities. That funding follows the student. When our children stay, the district benefits. When they leave, that funding leaves too. And families will leave. Parents have been clear. If Zephyr Cove Elementary or Whitall is closed for further consolidation, most of us will not send our children down the hill. This isn't just about budgets. It's about stability. It's about whether children can focus on learning instead of worrying if their school will exist next year. Turning Whitall into a K-12 school is also not a solution. It means losing science labs, art rooms, and career programs. It means crowding 12 grades into a building that was never designed for that purpose. And it means younger children learning in spaces that were built for teenagers. That's not progress. That's taking something that works and it's breaking it. So tonight I'm asking you to stop revisiting this question, not to delay it, not to study it again next year, but to end it once and for all. Please stop asking the Lake families to defend our right to exist and let our children learn without the fear that their school will be taken away. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Go to more online. Okay.
Thank you. I'm Keith Barra.
We're gonna take one more online.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Then we'll. Thank you.
Hi, Jeremy Height. For the record, I am a teacher at the and a parent within the district. I am once again calling in. I called again every previous board meeting, it seems, because I want to raise serious concerns about the process used to calculate the savings figures being presented tonight, because many of these numbers appear questionable at best. If you can, I'd like to direct your attention to page 8 of the presentation, the cost analysis. And if you could put it up on the board too, that'd be great. Those similar issues appear throughout the document. According to this page, cutting one school principal would save approximately $162,000. That figure seems reasonable. However, the document then states that increasing vice principals from 0.5 to 1 would be completely cost neutral. This doesn't completely make sense because we're increasing the vice principal allocation. Currently, there's a half of an allocation aligned with Jacks Valley, as well as with CC Manili, I believe. So as such, if we were to increase both of those to one full position, this would not impact this would not be budget neutral. There's a larger question of whether vice principals are the most cost-effective solution or whether a less expensive teacher on special assignment model could meet the same needs, but I'll leave that up for another conversation. Moving on to classified positions. Cutting a secretary 2 saves $61,000. Cutting a secretary 1 saves $41,000. Those figures align reasonably with salary schedules. But cutting 2.5 custodians is listed as saving $264,000. That equates to more than $104,000 per custodial position. That number is extremely concerning. Even at the highest step on the custodial salary schedule as posted on the district website, the compensation would be $104,000 only if they were at the highest step and position, about $37 an hour on their 260 contracted workdays, which only applies again to those most senior employees. A RIF, which typically impacts the lowest seniority employees, not the highest. This means that the lowest cost custodian would cost the district about $44,000 in salary, about $20 per hour. So according to these numbers presented, that $44,000 employee gets $60,000 in benefits, which is completely illogical. These numbers do not add up. According to this document, custodians make more than nurses, maintenance staff, or counselors. I deeply value our custodial staff. I even talked about these numbers with them today, and they scoffed that these could be correct. But these figures raise red flags about the accuracy of calculations being presented to you today. They said that they were based on the lowest salary in the district. They are not accurate.
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt. I'm sorry your time has expired.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can provide some clarity on that, and then Ms. Dwyer can explain calculations for the positions. So VPs are already budgeted. And this cost analysis shows a savings. If they're already in the budget, they wouldn't cost any additional dollars. That's why it shows 0, because they're already within the budget.
Thank you. Okay.
And so, do you want Ms. Dwyer to explain calculations for the cost analysis, or do you prefer that later?
Now is fine.
Okay.
Since we're talking about it. Are you okay waiting just a moment for your public comment? Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
So the calculation is complicated, and it is different for classified and certified employees. What we do is we take the base salary, or the base salary, so whatever step column, we take that salary, and then we have to add $10,775 for the group insurance. Then we go back to that base salary and we times it by 19.25% for PERS. Then we go back and we times that base salary for Medicare by 1.45%. Go back to that base salary and times it by 0.9% for workers' comp. And then back to that base salary and we add $768 for OPEB. I'm sorry, I can't tell you what that exactly stands for, but it's a cost. Then we add all of those up, and that's how we come up with a salary plus benefits for each employee group. Something I've been listening tonight and I would really like to work on for you is the cost of an employee. And so what we would do is we would take each employee group, custodian, teacher, nurse, counselor, and that is something that we can do a calculation of the base salary with all of that information. And so everybody could see the cost of an employee. So.
Yeah. So after benefits, each custodial position was approximately $88,000 after benefits. Most people don't understand that there's a deposit into the PERS account. They don't see that in their pocketbook, right? And so, speaking of the calculation that Ms. Dwyer was talking about, it may be best that we put in a cost of $1 because for every dollar that we pay an employee, we have the percentage of PERS, we have the health insurance. So $1 is really not $1. I would estimate $1 is over $1.60 in our district. And so that's what drives up cost.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready for your public comment.
Thank
now.
you.
Thank you for being patient.
No worries. Keith Byer, I did not run for reelection on the board in 2020, I guess, because my son had graduated and I thought parents were a great voice on the board. I don't envy your position. Getting smaller is always painful. When it involves kids, it's terribly painful. So and I think everyone is probably gonna get up here and say, don't close our schools, don't consolidate our schools. And I'm not going to tell you that. I guess what I'm saying is be very careful in your calculations. Mr. Height already mentioned, the janitorial, and it might be the right number. But I would also look at 2 or 3 years more with continued declines, because you could fix the solution for a year and have another quite painful process another 2 years from now. So I would look forward a little bit more. I think it would also be interesting to know what percent of children in Douglas County go to school in Douglas County, and trying to understand why that is. Are we capturing that population? Because I would include, when you're considering if this is the way to balance the budget, considering a decrease in enrollment because of consolidation. Someone mentioned the lake schools. It doesn't take a whole lot of lake kids going somewhere else. It's very easy to go to California to lose that savings. But every school consolidation may cause some people to leave the district. And so I would also look at some variability about if you merge 2 schools, how many students would it take leaving the system to compensate for that amount? You might save $1 million and lose $200,000 through lower enrollment just because of the turmoil and all of a sudden people thinking about where their kids go to school. I don't envy your position, and good luck to you. I know it's going to be a very, very difficult position, conversation and decision. So my heart's with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, push the button. Thank you. Make sure you say your name.
My name is Brian Patrick. And 40 years ago, my daughter started at Jacks Valley School. And I don't want to get emotional, but I guess I do. I've watched Jacks Valley School. They had 6 grades back then. Okay. And through that time, they had multi-track. And I was within multi-track. My children went to multi-track. My children went to the middle school into the 9th grade. There is a way to expand these schools and make them work. If Jacks Valley had 6th grade, it would be full. If Pinion Hills had 6th grade, it would probably be pretty good too. If you merge the 2 middle schools, you'd probably have a decent middle school with 2 grades. Okay, the other question I have is, back when my kids went to school, there was no PDC, no Professional Development Center. Now, I don't know how many people are involved in that group, but those teachers survived without a PDC. Okay, is that a sacred cow? I don't know. I'm just kind of concerned that we have something that I'm not sure is possibly necessary. If you're looking at saving money and you have a whole several people that are classed as administrators because they're a PDC, and I don't know what that entails or how many people, and they're not in the classrooms, why are they a sacred cow if you're looking to cut salaries? Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll take 2 online.
Okay. We do have 9 online right now.
Okay, we'll take 3 online and then back to our audience.
Hello, my name is Carolyn Marino. Hello again. I'm a parent of a Douglas County student. With all these consolidation scenarios that we were given, I feel like there were many options left out, and I know the board members brought up a couple of more. One idea that, could be an option, I know you all have a lot on the table, but as a Lake family, we know about sharing employees and stuff. So you could look at, for instance, Gene Scarcelli Elementary School is right next to Pawalu. You could turn that into a model that's similar to the current configuration at Zephyr Cove Elementary School and George Wattell Middle School and High School. The main savings that we're achieving with all of those consolidation-based ideas on that PowerPoint is the staff reduction. So you could have those same savings if you shared some staff between those 2 schools without closing any schools. They're so close to each other, and there's actually some really cool benefits of sharing staff like that. I love that my child will have the same principals all through her school experience. She'll have the same music teacher, and when the kids are at campuses right next to each other, they get to intermingle in like nice controlled ways in certain events, but then they still have their home base to go back to. I wanted to also point out, much like many others, that I see very little benefit in consolidating Zephyr Cove Elementary and Wattell. They are already running as close to one school as they possibly could. I can't imagine trying to fit all those kids into one school with the kindergarten through 12th grade, taking away classrooms that the high school and middle school students are already using, and not to mention not having a playground. The Lake schools have been pulling in closer to $20,000 per pupil funding. Thanks to many hardworking community members, we're slowly getting more information that continues to shed light on this whole situation. Taking that $20,000 estimate based on district numbers, I know of at least 10 students in my daughter's 27 student first grade class alone that wouldn't be comfortable having their student go to a further consolidated school. And that's just with the few people I have time to talk to. That is already going to negate the estimated savings on the cost savings analysis, just in first grade alone. As I mentioned in my previous comment, I was a student at KMS. It closed at the end of my 8th grade year. I watched it suffer depreciation and vacancy for a long time before it was sold. If we don't have someone ready to buy a school, I don't think that leaving buildings vacant is worth considering. I hope someday we're in one of these meetings bragging about how we're gaining 10 students at a time, because we've been able to get through this and create a bustling learning community that people are itching to be a part of. Luckily, we kind of are. The elementary school class sizes at Zephyr Cove Elementary are past full capacity, and those kids are on their way to Wattell. And as that transition occurs, our population grows. Hopefully I'm not out of time. I'd also like to see if there's any documentation on consolidation of non-student facing expenses, like buildings that are already not being used, as well as expenses in the district office. I'd love to see some presentations on that. Even if it's just losing a custodian at the district office versus at the schools, it makes a difference. Thanks for looking out for the kids and for all the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
One more online.
Yeah, we'll do 2 more online and then have Ms. Carter speak. Thank you for being patient.
Hi, everyone. My name is James Parker. I'm a Lake Schools parent. And like a lot of families in Zephyr and State Line, we moved here specifically because of the strength and quality of the schools. And I just want to build on what we just heard from the presentation, that Zephyr and Wattell aren't good candidates for consolidation. Taking the emotion out of it and just looking at the numbers, we've already been through this middle school consolidation, and the schools already share a number of roles. That's why the district's own model only shows that there's $250,000 in potential savings. Now, that number, though, assumes one thing, that enrollment stays flat. And I don't think, as we've heard from a couple of the other parents here, that assumption matches the reality. Parents won't bus young children down every day. Further consolidation that they've been through already means that a lot of them will likely just drive 20 minutes up Highway 50 to South Lake, California, to stable schools not under threat. And this is an emotional appeal. I'm a numbers guy. The numbers are that the average funding per student at the Lake School is 20 grand, just over. That means losing just 10 students will wipe out the $250,000 in projected savings. And that's even before you look at the millions in capital costs required to make it into a proper K-12 campus with all of the mandatory compliance that would have to be met. And there's one more important point. So this funding would be lost to the county if families moved on to South Lake. But more importantly, Lake enrollment, I know the general picture in the county is declining, but Lake enrollment is actually improving despite all the constant rumors and uncertainty around some of these numbers and questions that have come up with further consolidation before. So families want these schools, and we are growing the numbers, which is because of the outsized investment, because the Lake is a designated instructional area, because of the 20 grand that each student brings in from state funding into the district. Every student strengthens the entire county's financial picture. So taking consolidation formally off the table is not an emotional appeal. It's the financial obvious choice when the district is under this kind of pressure. So I would say, just looking at the numbers and the increasing enrollment picture, that we're a source of strength for funding for the county. And I think that needs to really be emphasized over and above, the $250,000 in potential savings. So I just wanted to say thank you all for listening. Thanks for the work that you're doing. I know it's a very difficult situation across the county, and I really appreciate everyone's input and some of the accessibility of the trustees and board members who've been super helpful in answering some of our concerns and being really kind of actively involved. So I'll leave it there, other than to say thank you so much for listening and for taking the funding picture into account.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Colin Burrows for the record, a parent here in this county. I do agree with one of the previous speakers regarding the county's ongoing challenges in attracting and retaining working class families, because it does seem that we need more kids in the school. That's the primary problem we have now. And unfortunately, over the past several years, we besides having a problem with the Upward County not attracting folks and becoming a retirement community, over the past several years, the Douglas County School District has been in the news kind of for all the wrong reasons, mostly recently due to school closures and the possibility of closures, and then previously because of the divisive school board, the issues that our community had endured. These challenges have negatively affected public perception, and the district must take meaningful steps to change the narrative and restore confidence in the county schools and actually attract families back to this county. But I do have another question that the superintendent mentioned about clarification about the layoffs you're referencing for this year. What type of positions and how would that look for the remainder of the school year? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Carter.
Thank you so much. My name is Amy Carter. I am the principal at Powell Middle School. First off, I just want to thank you all for being here, for hearing everyone. No one wants to make this decision. This is very hard and it affects everyone. And as we speak about every single position up there, we all have a name and a face in our heads. So this is really hard. First, I just want to speak to the consolidation of schools. You all, many of you, not all of you, but many of you made the statement, let's keep this as far from the classroom as possible. So I think there seems to be a little confusion, and I'm hoping Frankie could maybe clarify this. I think he was talking about consolidation of schools or reduction of 60 people, staff, and reduction of 60 staff with consolidation of schools.
Yeah, so staff would make up, I believe, What'd you say, Marcus? 70%?
75%,
75%.
25% in
Or
consolidation.
whatever presentation was last
Yeah.
time.
Okay. So if we were to make that and not make the consolidation, that means in my mind, I think we'd be making more cuts. Frankie had us do at leadership a whole list of things we want to protect and keep that are important to us at our sites. If we start cutting more and more people, our sites will not be as safe. We will be chasing emergencies every single day, and we won't have the bandwidth or the supports to get ahead, to plan, to think about instruction, to really have that support for our staff and our students. So I know that consolidation is not what we want to do, but that is a very big chunk. I even made the suggestion, what if we consolidated middle schools? It is out there. We know that that will affect many, many, many people. However, as he presented, it'll be upwards of a million at least per consolidation. Again, yes, the lake was less, as people have talked about as well. But if we do not choose to make those consolidations, then our cuts are coming from the classroom still. Those are still big, will have a big effect on our students and our classrooms when we don't have the paras, when we don't have VPs, and we still have the mandates of doing NEPF observations. And if we have a parent come in, say that there is a bullying investigation that needs to happen, then those are those emergencies that we're chasing, and we aren't able to have that, like I said, that bandwidth to do the things that are helping move our students forward and the programs that we need to keep them wanting to be at our sites and wanting to be safe. So just please take that into consideration too, that all of these things that we're talking about are right there on top of them. It is the classroom. So I know that consolidation is not the way many people in this audience want to go. However, as administrators, we have swallowed that pill kind of, and we are ready to let's plan, let's move, let's figure out what it is, make decisions and go with it. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. We'll take two more online.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, President and members of the school board. My name is Melissa Rouse. I am a parent of 2 students at Zephyr Cove Elementary School, and I'm also the president of the Parents Club. I will be repeating much of what I said in the last meeting because it bears repeating. Do not consider further consolidations of our lake schools. Our schools are already consolidated. We operate 3 schools in 2 buildings and share administrators, teachers, counselors, nurses, and support staff. This is not theoretical. We are already living in a consolidated model. These buildings are not equipped for further consolidation. Placing students from kindergarten through their senior year in a single school environment is not only impractical, it's inappropriate. Expecting young children and young adults to share the same facilities, including bathrooms, is unacceptable. It would damage school culture, create discomfort for teachers and staff, and undermine the educational experience for students. This will not work. Our lake schools already operate with fewer resources. We are highly self-sufficient. We ask for less and we do much more. Our Parents Club funds place-based learning, field trips, transportation, after-school programs, and much more. Continuing to discuss stripping away additional support from schools that are already doing more with less is unreasonable. Our lake schools also add value to this district. Because of our rural attendance area, they generate additional funding for Douglas County. Further consolidation will not save money, despite what the presentation suggests. It will cost the district money, as families will leave. Some will go to Incline Village, some will go to California, and others will go to homeschooling. If parents no longer see value, they will not stay in the district. And you will not be able to repurpose these buildings due to the deed restrictions, which will be detrimental to the district as well. Our enrollment has grown over time and is stabilizing. This is not a crisis, it's an opportunity. There's strong demand from California families in the Tahoe Basin for additional school options on the Nevada side. We already share athletics and community ties across state lines. Families are seeking alternatives to limited options in California, and many are willing to pay tuition to attend our schools. Instead of dismantling lake schools, the district should focus on revenue generating strategies and preserving the value these schools bring to the region. I was also deeply concerned by the budget discussion in the last meeting. It was clear that there's not a consistent process for reviewing actual expenditures monthly, particularly when unfilled positions were still budgeted as fully funded. Without regular reconciliation of accruals, year-end projections can't be accurate. The district must rely on real data, not assumptions. Not hiring a CFO is a mistake. Qualified financial leadership is necessary for long-term stability. Preserve what works, invest in opportunity, and make it clear that further consolidation of Lake schools is not on the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
One more in line.
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Todd.
Hello. Hello. Todd Poth here again. A lot of what's been, I was going to say, has already been said, but there's a couple things I wanted to bring up and a couple questions I had. With the open enrollment that's coming up, I saw in the presentation that that'll be running from the 9th to the 20th February, where we're talking about having the consolidation ideas kind of decided by that break. Is that going to give parents truly time to decide if they want to move their kids to a different school, maybe see those schools, see what's going on, if there's a decision to consolidate a school? I don't know if that open enrollment can be shoved back and give them more time if something like that happens. The other aspect is in looking at the per pupil funding model, which is extremely complicated, and anyone who's involved in it has seen it. And we've heard many times, we know that the Lake schools do bring in at least $20,098 per student. If a student from the Valley was to decide to come up to the Lake, would that bring in an additional $20,098 to the district? That's a great question to kind of see. I don't want anyone to have to move from a school that they're near or a school they want to go to another one. Every community should have the schools they want. And I would like to see no consolidations if at all possible. I know that's been mentioned many times. And I think that'd be a great first thing to look at. The other thing I'd also like us to consider is there income we're missing? We already know that we're missing out on a lot of this Medicaid reimbursement. Is there something else we're missing out on? And that's where hiring a CFO immediately would be something that I would push forward right away. Other than that, the one other thing I'd like to bring up about the Lake schools, and I know, Lake parents have been very passionate. One thing we run into is trying to recruit and bring people in and keeping our population up. And we constantly have to fight through the aspect of, they're going to close the Lake schools. If at all possible, if you know the numbers don't make sense for the Lake schools, can you please make some sort of statement to the fact that the Lake schools have been taken off the table and it doesn't make financial sense to close or consolidate them, ideally today, so that we have the stability to go out. I'm already having parents asking me, are the Lake schools going to stay open? If we lose 10 students because they're concerned that they might not be open in the coming years, that's going to negate a huge amount of money, potentially over 12 years. I know it's a small ask. Just if it is off the table, please let us know. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi again.
It's on.
My name is April Stone. As you know, earlier, you guys were talking about price cuts. And like I said earlier, my son already doesn't have his speech that he needs, and he is a nonverbal autistic child. And then my nephew I have custody of goes to CC before break, where all the rhino flu happened. He wanted to go to the nurse's office because he didn't feel good, but it was crowded, so he had to throw up. So he ran to the bathroom and called me on his watch because he was sick. And you guys are talking about price cuts, but there's not even what the kids need. And then I have a nonverbal 3-year-old who has to do the pre-K program to get what he needs. And the Minden and the CC program is full down here. So I have to drive them to Jacks Valley. And I have to wake up my kids earlier, drive all the way to Jacks Valley so my other kids can make it to the school down here. So if it's already full now for a pre-K program, what's that going to bring for next year? Have you guys looked at, within the last year, we've had a significant amount of people moving here. Have you guys looked into that for the next year? of like what it's going to bring to the table. I mean, it's just there's a lot of price cuts, but there's a lot of kids that aren't getting what they need anyway. So if you cut like nurses and teachers, then they're going to be hurting, and it's what's best for the kids. I understand it's hard for you guys, but I think that's what you guys need to consider too. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have more online? We have 4 more online. Okay.
Yeah, for now.
Will you just push the button and turn the mic off there? Thank you.
I believe you're unmuted. Go ahead and try to talk.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. Please state your name for
Hi,
the record.
thanks. I wasn't sure if it was me. Good afternoon. My name is Shannon Friedman. Thank you for the opportunity for this dialogue. I have 2 children, a 5th grader at Zephyr Cove Elementary and an 8th grader at George Wattell Middle School. My husband and I both work and live in State Line, Nevada, and have done so long because of the great schools here and our kids thriving in their schools. And like other parents that have spoken today, I'm commenting to urge you to take further consolidation of the Lake schools off the table. I won't repeat what others have said because I fully agree about how they've already been consolidated. We already share resources. And as Superintendent Alvarado's presentation showed, consolidating these schools won't really gain much for the district, and in fact may cost the district more money through retrofitting the school to make it feasible to be a K-12 school, and then the potential loss of students, my family being one of them. If those Lake schools are consolidated, we would seriously consider taking them out of the district and sending them to South Tahoe High, where they can receive the best education as possible. So I urge you to take that off of the table. And one last thought is that if they're consolidated again, and we have one K through 12 school, I do feel like enrollment will decline so much that it is one step closer to then having no schools at the Lake. And what kind of community is that when you don't have a local school? And so thank you for your time and for this dialogue and this special meeting. And I appreciate you hearing us and looking at all the facts as you make this difficult decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll do one more and then we'll.
Okay.
Okay. And then go back online.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Perfect. Hello. For the record, my name is Molly Reagan. I am a parent, a volunteer, and an employee of Pinion Hills Elementary. I want to point out that this problem has been years in the making, and it will not be fixed in one move. I'd like to say that the job that I currently have is one that I want and enjoy, not one that I necessarily need. This is a job that I love and enjoy and excel at. And I value what I bring to the table for families and students, as well as the district itself. Aside from my job being on the chopping block, I am extremely disappointed that it has been said over and over that the decisions made will be the furthest away from affecting the students. I firmly believe that any consolidation will directly affect not only the students, but the families as well. I'd like to know how many of the 60 positions that are considering being consolidated are at the district level. Consolidation seems to be the only solution that you are currently considering. I would also like to point out that I have multiple times asked for an opt-out option from the healthcare. I have brought it up before to Frankie when he has come to the school for options from the employees for an opt-out option for those of us who have secondary healthcare options to consider. I'd like to say that I am extremely disappointed with what has been presented so far, and I would like to know what further options are being considered aside from consolidation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go
Did
ahead.
you get any answers to their questions? Because I mean, that's one thing.
I'm sorry. If you would like to speak, you could come up next. Thank you. Don't forget to turn the mic back on and state your name for the record. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kristen Roberson, and I am the parent of a child that goes to Minden Elementary. And I want to say, first of all, I do not envy the position you guys are put in. And I really appreciate you guys taking the time and the attention to listen to us parents. And as you can tell, there's a lot of really involved parents in this community. And one of the things that I do worry about going forward is the enrollment issue. And what is going to happen if we consolidate schools and we increase class size? I feel like going forward, it would be really good to know what parents are looking for. Why is enrollment dropping? Yes, we have a community that has, not as many children as other places, but we need to figure out why people are pulling their kids out of the schools. So yes, we need to save money, but can we send out a survey to the parents like you did with the calendar, talking about what options are they looking for, so that if we have to make these budget changes, that we don't risk losing even more students going forward. I do also want to know, as the support staff, how is that going to affect kids in the classroom? Is it going to affect school safety? What's going to happen, right? If we have a kid having a medical crisis and another one having a behavioral crisis, how does that affect children? I think parents deserve to know these things. I am very concerned about class size. I do volunteer in the school as well, and I see how hard these teachers work. I mean, they work so hard, and so do these kids. So if we continue to take opportunities away from them and support away from the teachers, what happens to the children and what happens to the teachers? Because they're giving everything. I mean, they are ground zero. And as you guys know, and so do the principals, right? Everybody works really hard. So where do we cut things so that it doesn't take away from the kids, keeps parents happy, keeps children happy, keeps teachers happy, so that we can keep enrollment up? So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Do we have 2 more online? Okay, we'll take 3 more online. Okay, we'll take 2 and go from there.
You should have the ability to speak. Go ahead and state your name for the record.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry. This is Carrie Clevin. I'm a former teacher, just retired this last year. I've taught 30 years at Scarselli Elementary School. And one thing I would like to mention is when consolidating or considering that of Scarselli and CC, that Scarselli has floor to ceiling windows that can open and can be used as exits if need to, or to get air in if it's too hot, that also make that school a lot brighter and not seem so depressing to me. Also, the classrooms are bigger, which is something to take into consideration if we're going to be consolidating, and how much, I don't know how big the class sizes are going to get, but the classrooms at Scarselli are bigger. So that's just something I wanted to add so the board could think about that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Ashley Nielsen, and I'm a parent in Douglas County School District, but I'm speaking in my role tonight as a teacher at Pinion Hills Elementary School, which is one of the schools that you're considering consolidating. As I've watched this budget crisis unfold, I understand that consolidating schools may be a logical next step in the long-term future of our beautiful school district. However, I think it's clear that the cost savings of consolidating schools have been shown to be higher than they will be in reality. As shown in the presentation today, you expect 2 schools worth of students to attend a single school, but you do not make any adjustments to the number of counselors, secretaries, media techs, and even the custodians are only increased by a small amount. Is it physically possible for these people to do twice the work? If class ratios stay similar to now, we will have double the number of classrooms actively in use that will need to be cleaned. We will have double the number of students with health concerns and mental health concerns, and staff. We will potentially be facing a very difficult transition as our communities come together. My opinion is that you will be asking the remaining staff to take on a superhuman responsibility. I think our staff are amazing. However, it is unrealistic and unfair to ask staff to face this consolidation scenario without the staff and student support that we will most definitely need. If consolidation is the route you are determined to pursue, please provide staff with the tools and people that we need so that the consolidation can be successful and we don't lose more wonderful staff and students. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, guys. Chris Larson, for the record. I had a whole list of 3 minutes plus of things that I wanted to share tonight, but most of that stuff was already shared, and so I'm not going to burden you guys with the repetitiveness of that. There is one thing that I do think is worth repeating, and I think that, and I know tonight's not the right setting because you can't take any action tonight, but there is a board meeting coming up in a week and a half, and I think if there's something that's on this consolidation list that doesn't make sense to you, and you can all unanimously agree to that, to remove that from the list. Because like some other speakers have talked about, the longer that these things perpetuate, the larger chance we have of losing more kids. And I think if we can cut the neck of that dragon off as soon as possible, set that aside, and we move on to the other things, I think that's very, very helpful. Separately, Mr. Alvarado mentioned earlier tonight, I think, something about some more information regarding the rural attendance stipend and putting some more information online as to how that's funded. I think if you had a minute or two tonight while you have a captive audience, maybe explain to the rest of the group how that comes about, because it took us a long time to figure that out, and it's really complicated. And short of just throwing it up on the website and asking people to look at it and read it, I don't know if you guys, if you could take a minute or two to determine how we got to that number for the Lake School kids of $20,098. I think that would be really helpful. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. One online? Okay. We'll do 2 online and then another one from the audience.
Catherine should have the ability to speak.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
This is not Catherine, Ben Johnson for the record. Just first, thank you guys for your time, school board, Superintendent Alvarado. I don't envy the situation you guys are in or the difficult decisions. And I also know, and I hope everyone else knows, you guys are cleaning up someone else's mess. That is in no way lost on me. So just thank you for all this tireless work. I don't want to be repetitive or duplicative, so I agree with much of what's said tonight. What's been in my mind a lot is just, I guess, my wife and I's dynamic. My wife's the teacher, works for you guys. I'm in private industry. My wife generally just thinks about cutting costs when we need to do something because there's no ability to grow revenue, increase her pay, where I say, hey, it's a lot easier to grow revenue than have to cut costs. So I just want to ask if there's any way possible for some framework, some help, some guidance from the board, from the superintendent. How can the community help help you help us help you. I think there's a lot of very talented, very passionate people in this community that would like to put all of their talents to bear to try and find ways to grow revenue for the district, to badger our elected officials, do anything we can. So just my ask is any type of guided framework from you relative to things that might help enhance revenue. Make it your ask and let the community in, and hopefully we can help you guys out. And that's all. Thank you guys so much for all you're doing.
Thank you. We'll do one more online.
Rebecca, you should have the ability to speak.
Hi, I'm Becky Goins, and I'm a teacher and parent at Jacks Valley Elementary School. And I just have some questions regarding our population. I know that Jacks Valley is technically in the Carson City zip code. So I heard that there was a possibility of us getting an attendance zone, which would bring in more money for Jacks Valley per student, since we would be registered as an attendance zone. I know we're the most north in the Douglas County School District, but if we're able to access more money, I know that's more work. I don't know if it can be done this school year, but I think that's something that we seriously need to look at. And then I think we need to look at the homeschoolers. A lot of people at my church are homeschooled. Why is that? Is there a way that we can make a Douglas County online, not just for middle school, but for elementary school too? And then we can access that revenue as well. So I think we need to look. Obviously, no one wants consolidation. I don't want consolidation. But we need to be looking at other things as well. And I know state legislature takes a long time, so I don't know that the attendance can be done now. But we need to think about things in the future, not just, okay, we need 7 million. I know that's a stress, but if we're able to access more funds for the future in our district, we need to think about that. Also, we're on the border of Carson, and I'm concerned that if they close our school, there's going to be a lot of people in this area asking for a variance to Carson because we're so close. So I think that needs to be considered as well, because I think some of those numbers would decline there. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jesse Ward Carrot. Thank you for this opportunity. I've lived in State Line for.
Can you speak a little bit closer?
Sorry, I've lived in State Line for almost 11 years. I have 2 children. One's enrolled in kindergarten at Zephyr Cove Elementary, and a 3.5-year-old who I hope will be attending school there in the future. I don't think I need to repeat all the reasons that it doesn't make any sense to close the Lake schools. I think that's pretty clear. What I would like to focus on is what came up in the last 2 comments, which is that there are 2 sides to a budget. There's the inputs and the outputs. And the presentation today focused only on the outputs. And like the last 2 speakers said, there are a lot of other ways for us to raise revenue. The problem is those take more time than cuts. And so what I am really struggling with, and I think a lot of members of our community is why is this happening so fast? This hasn't been explained. Why do we have to get to this budget to a net zero in 18 months? Why can't we spread that out over a longer period of time? What would be so bad if the state took over our finances? I don't actually know if that's a good or bad thing. These things haven't been explained to the community. Why do we have to make a decision in 3 months? Especially when we know that if we took more time, there would be an opportunity to look into some of these more out of the box ideas. And also to complete a proper audit and to hire a CFO who can put together a real budget and consider all of these different variables. So I would urge you, if at all possible, to explain the timeline to us in greater detail. What would happen if we didn't meet that timeline? Why can't we spread it out over a longer period of time? And just do what we can, to lessen the impact. Nobody wants to have their schools consolidated, whether it's at the lake or down here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, board. Thank you for being here tonight. I'm Blaine Spires. I am the very proud principal of CC McNeely. I'm also a very proud resident of Douglas County. I'm a proud parent. Just like a number of people in this room, I have been born and raised in this community. And I'm sorry, I'm trying not to get emotional about this, but I came up here because I want to speak on behalf of my staff and how hard we work every day for our kids and the relationships we build, the hard work we do around instruction, and all that goes into this. And what I have tried to stress every day with the staff is that we're all on the same team, everybody here. And you can see how many people in this community care and want to support the work we do. And all of these decisions are hard, and there is not an easy one that I can think of. And everybody is sharing their ideas because they care. And I'm not necessarily here to share any other ones other than to speak on behalf of CC and the proud work that we do. And I talk to my colleagues a great deal about this because we all want to do what's best for kids. At the end of the day, this is what it's about in our community. And I just appreciate you listening to everything, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. You can do it now. That's fine. Yeah, go ahead and push the button. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kelly Mahovis. I was born and raised here.
Will you scoot closer to the microphone?
I was born and raised here in Gardnerville. My kids go here. I have a middle schooler, an elementary schooler, and soon to be a second elementary schooler and preschool. I'm sure you can all hear him screaming out there. This is the first board meeting I've ever been to, and I came because of the concerns that a lot of the community and people that I am friends with have posed. I wanted to hear what everyone had to say. And some of the things I've heard have been apologies for decisions that were made. And I'm also hearing a lot about the consolidation. Now, while nobody that I've heard speak wants that, if it becomes necessary, there's been a lot of talk of what principals we're going to fire, what vice principal, how many custodians we're going to lose. But I haven't heard anything about superintendents, executive directors, people who get paid more than our principals. Where's that pay cut coming? And how much could that save and add back into our school district? The other thing in the short amount of time that I've researched is this district has numerous lawsuits going on right now. And some of the lawsuits that I've read over seem to go down to simple policy. The policy in the schools, I'm going to speak specifically to the middle school, that I have noticed from being a middle schooler at Powalloo to now, the policies have changed a lot and feel like they've gone from zero tolerance to all the tolerance. So with that being said, if we were to do a mass consolidation, I know of at least a dozen families in this district that will leave, which means we lose more funding, we lose more kids. But I also know that it'll add more lawsuits because of enraged parents. Now, is there any way, if we do have to consolidate, that the standard is set from our patrons that are making more than our principals, our vice principals, our teachers who are already understaffed, underpaid, and overloaded? My son's second grade class is at max capacity. So if we were to consolidate Scarcelli and CC McNeely, what is that going to look like? And how much are our kids going to lose? The rest of that being said, I don't feel we should be losing our teachers. I recognize the majority of the people in this room, but I barely recognize half of you. I think the officer back there is the one I recognize the most. So where does that come? And as a board, where is I can't say that I know that you guys are getting paid to be here, but if you are we putting that money back into our school district to try to help this? I rest.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and members of the board. Blaine Osborne, State Assemblyman for the record. I'm also a graduate of the district, Scarcelli, Powaloo, and Douglas High School. Although I've only been in this role for just a few months now, I've had many conversations with parents, teachers, and administrators, and I share many of the concerns that have been brought up tonight. I've relayed a lot of these concerns to the governor's office as well. I would just like to ask to work with all of you over the next year to try to bring some state solutions, some bills that we can look at in the next legislative session to try to avoid some of these issues in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. We'll take 2 online.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Jones. I'm a parent in this county, and I've appreciated the discussion and hearing the various scenarios. And I just wanted to give my input that it appears that consolidating schools doesn't fully address the total amount of debt that the school district is in. And I just want to make sure that we look at solutions countywide that will not penalize the people who already live here in the form of increased property taxes. I personally choose to homeschool my children because of the opportunities for personalized education and freedom in our family that it provides. But my family pays property taxes that go towards, in part, these schools. And I'm in support of doing whatever it takes to be solvent, because we have a duty to those taxpayers, like myself, like all of you, to be solvent. And I'm encouraging and hopeful that you can find solutions that will allow you to use what I believe is a generous amount per student to fully and adequately educate these students. I would love to have $10,000 per student to educate my own children, and I don't. It needs to be a scalable solution. If you have a certain number of kids, you can educate those kids. If you have more kids, you'll have more money and you can educate those kids. I am hopeful that you'll find some good solutions, but I really would urge you and legislators especially to not look at increasing revenue in an aging population county where we've driven away dozens of young families who they can't afford housing here. So we need to look at long-term solutions that do not increase the debt burden for local families. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please state your name.
Hi, my name is Colleen Julian. I'm a parent volunteer substitute for the district. The district enrollment has been on a decline for a very long time, and the pupil funding has been in place for several years and was well known prior to that. Seems odd that all of a sudden the community has been made aware of this crisis. Also seems to me that this issue is preventable with appropriate planning and budgeting. And I understand this does not necessarily speak to those of you sitting there today, as we are talking in the past. What is going to change after this current crisis is solved to not be here again and again? It's very concerning that with all these meetings, all that's talked about is the current crisis and getting to net zero. Doesn't feel very promising in the long term. Furthermore, I think you should take a hard look at the number of students the district will lose with consolidation. And I'm talking about the Valley schools. I agree with all the Lake school parents and what they've had to say, and I'm a Valley parent. Maybe put another survey out there and ask that question. Are you willing to keep your kid in this district at these schools if we consolidate your child's school and double the size and don't support it with additional staff. I know for a fact that my child will be definitely a casualty of the district. We planned and purchased our home based on our child attending Pinion Elementary as it is now, with the leadership, teachers, staff, and student population and class sizes. I understand things change, communities change, but that was our plan, and that is why we live here. Consolidating and changing these things will change Pinion forever, as it will Jacks Valley, CC, and Scarcelli. I think that number is an important number for you to kind of get a handle on. Is it 10% of the kids? Is it 5%? Is it more? Because more and more people are just talking about leaving. They've lost faith in the district. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Are we good online? Okay, we're going to have you speak and then we'll go back online.
Thank you for your time. My name's Kelsey Holt. I'm a parent and a Douglas County resident. I have children in the district, and I share many of the concerns specifically about the consolidation and what that's going to do to future enrollment in the district. I think there are so many families that I personally know that are choosing to homeschool. And as this district continues to have systemic issues, more and more families are going to choose to leave. And so if you consolidate schools and we put a Band-Aid on for this budget this year, what is that going to mean next year as it compounds? Additionally, I think that it's been talked about a little bit, but what type of revenue streams can we also look at to bring money in? One thing I know in this district is that we don't do a universal like pre-K. We should be looking at getting families in part of the district really quickly. And there's a lot of funding available, federal funding, for that specific thing. If we're talking about consolidating campuses, maybe we should be looking at making one campus a pre-K here in the district to pull people in. If you have young kids in this area and you put them in some type of pre-K, you're paying close to $1,000 a month per student. So I think this is something that we have to look at. There's both sides of the budget. So that's my 2 cents. And thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll take the one online.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name's Mayanna Jury. I have 3 girls at Scarcelli Elementary School, and I just wanted to speak to the consolidation of CC Manelli and Scarcelli as far as class sizes go. Right now, all of my girls are in class sizes that range from 27 to 32. And my worry with a consolidation is that these class sizes will either go up or they won't be maintained. And the only reason why these class sizes work right now is because Scarcelli has the amazing support staff, and they rotate the kids so that the kids that need more reading help or more math help, they get, sent to a different group for a couple hours a week to get that extra help. And if you get rid of the support staff and increase class sizes, you're going to decrease the level of quality education that these kids get. There was also talk a couple meetings ago about increasing district transportation from 1 mile to 3 miles for pickup. And if you do that, especially if you consolidate CC and Scarcelli, you're going to have a decrease in enrollment because the whole neighborhood is 3 miles. So I don't know if that's still on the table, but I just wanted to bring that up as a concern as well. And yeah, that's all I have to say. I really appreciate that you guys are trying to be more transparent, but I really do agree with the previous comments that you need to have somebody, a CFO, in charge of these finances who can put together a clear budget, because the mismatching and the coming up with different scenarios, it's really confusing to the community and the taxpayers. And yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further public comment? Mr. Reed.
Good evening.
Jason Reed, Pinion Hills principal. I like what I hear this evening. A couple things. I like that Mr. Alvarado is encouraging you to get to the schools that you're considering consolidating and look at the facilities and the campuses and look at what really might happen for children in those buildings as you can, think about considering putting 600 plus kids in those buildings and what that might happen. I also like hearing that most of you want to keep these cuts as far away from the students as possible. School consolidations are in direct conflict of that, 100%. And then I want you to think about, just from the community perspective, if you do a consolidation at the north end and the south end, you're basically telling those portions of your community that you guys get schools with enrollments of 600 kids plus. But the other elementary schools in the valley, you get schools of 300 to 350 when you think about equity. And so I want to answer Dave Burns's question about can the schools handle that capacity of those students based on that presentation? And I'll just give you, I did an analysis and I shared this with Mr. Alvarado. I have 24 classrooms for grade level students. And then that means if you put 600 kids in our school, that gives us 25 students per class, 6 grade levels, 4 sections. If we get any more students, you just increase the class size, 25 or more. With special ed resource, inclusive education, I would need 2 classrooms for that, for resource. With that, our capacity does not allow for you heard earlier from a parent, for my speech paths to be able to provide specially designed instruction and therapy. They would have to do it in a hallway somewhere. My reading specialist, 1 or 2, would not have a place to do interventions, to be able to work in small groups and to help kids close the gap. You would also not have an opportunity or a location or a place for the counselor or counselors, however many you decide, to do their work, the good work that they do with social emotional learning with kids. Additionally, there's no place for occupational therapy, physical therapy, and there's no place in our facility for the gifted and talented program. So we would have to do those kinds of support programs in alternate locations in hallways or alcoves in the hallway. So I want to make sure that sheds some light. And I certainly invite you to come and I'll walk you around and show you exactly what that looked like. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. No, we're not.
Mr. Reed,
I said no.
I want to say that you're one of the top ones out there because I know where your ranking for your school there is, and you do a good job out there.
We have some great staff in this district.
Hi there. I wasn't certain I was going to come up here because I know we're all hungry. I know we're all tired, but I saw Mr. Reed, and he is the gentleman who educated all 4 of my oldest children and is currently working with my 5th child. So our family has contributed as many children to this school district as possible.
We need your name for the record. I'm sorry.
My husband probably doesn't want this out there, and nor do my children. My name is Maxine Cahill. We currently have 2 adult graduates from Douglas High School. They started at Pinion Hills, went through CVMS, and they graduated through Douglas High School with Mr. Reed at the helm and all of those amazing teachers there. We currently have a daughter who is currently studying to be a teacher because of the teachers that she has experienced through her entire education, and she currently does her practicum at PHES. And I know a young lady who's also aspiring to be a teacher, and she has been inspired by these same groups of teachers. Thank you all so much for being here. I don't know what the answer is, and I'm going to be so terribly honest. I have 2 adult children who went through all of these grades. This is my 2nd school board meeting ever. I think there needs to be something done that we get more information out there. Hey, this is not just like something you should maybe participate in. You need to be here, parents. One parent, grandparent, something if possible. I know we're streaming online and I appreciate that, but I don't know how to encourage more involvement, but it may be thrown out there. But talking about the impact of trying to not let these cuts impact our children. Miss Molly, who called in here, my Christian, he knows Miss Molly, he knows Miss Patty, he knows Mr. R, he knows all Miss B, he knows all of these people. All of these people are important to him. So whether you take away Mr. Reed, or you take away Miss B, or you take away Mr. R, or you take away Miss Stephanie, or you take away Mr. G, thank you, custodial, he will have that impact. And I know you guys know this. I don't know what the answer, but I don't know how these finances work or anything. This has never been my lane of work. I have no insight on this. But my friend and I here, we were talking about a bake sale. I know Douglas Pop Warner can raise $30,000 to send their kids, my kids, to Florida for nationals. I don't know the legalities of that. Where's the GoFundMe? Because my neighbors, I live in a senior citizen community and I love my elders. I love them, but they don't know how to help. They have some finances in which they could help. If there's a GoFundMe or something of that sort, I know they would step in and lean in on that. That said, I'm going to end it with, how can we help? I don't know the answer, but if you guys got some bullet points or some suggestions, I would love to understand, how can I do a better part? And I do volunteer on Thursdays in the classroom, and that's crazy. We're already working in the hallway doing small groups. Thank you, and I appreciate all of you and all of your time.
Thank you very much. We have 3 online. Okay. We'll take 2 online, and then in the audience, and then go back to online.
Hi there, this is Melissa. I am a parent at and one at CVMS.
Melissa, you keep breaking up, and we did not catch your full name.
Oh, my name is Melissa Uppendahl. Can you guys hear me okay?
Thank you. Yes.
I have 3 children in Douglas County, 2 of them at Pinion Hills Elementary and 1 at CVMS. One of my children at Pinion Hills is hearing impaired, and we actually moved to Douglas County from California specifically for Pinion Hills Elementary because of the excellent education there, because of Mr. Reed, the amazing Miss Molly, and the staff there. And it has been an incredible experience for my children. If the schools were to be consolidated, unfortunately, we would leave probably the entire district. So, which is heartbreaking. And I hope that you guys don't do that. And one thought that I had is that maybe you could consolidate grades within schools. I don't know if that's something that's been considered. Maybe there's a way to not have to consolidate schools, but actually do consolidated classrooms where you do combined first and second grades, third and fourth. Maybe that's a way to see if that is an answer. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Finn Jacobson, and I am a student in Douglas High School. I'd like to speak on consolidation. I have personally gone through Gardnerville Elementary School and Carson Valley Middle School. In my elementary school, the class sizes were extremely large during my time, and I know as when I was younger, it was extremely hard to concentrate. It was extremely hard to pay attention to the teacher. And I can tell with the teacher that it was extremely hard to control the kids in that environment because they have so much energy as children. But also already, like, I was in the Gifted and Talented program, that was already in such a cramped room that it didn't really give like the full extent to which of what it could have been, it could have given the kids. Like when I went to Carson Valley Middle School, and that was a lot more, the room was a lot larger, and it gave a lot more opportunity for the kids to concentrate on what they could do, gives a lot more like experiments to be able to do. but even during COVID times, and I know that it's like not in the same area of we're kind of past that. The class sizes were still extremely large at Carson Valley Middle School, and I mean, to put it like lightly, there's a bunch of like mean people in middle school. They have hormones and they're going through stuff. So it's hard to control them as well. And if like the staff is understaffed, they can't control like those people and those kids. And if like the only solution is to send those kids into the hallway or down to the office, then how are the people in the office and the teachers going to handle like the large amount of kids that they will be taking in? Thank you for listening to me, and that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Alyssa Park for the record. I'm a teacher at Scarcelli Elementary School. I teach 4th grade. I'm a proud Scarcelli employee. I'm a proud Douglas County School District employee. Every school in this district is extremely important to students and families and employees, and they are big parts of our community. So I understand that this is a very difficult decision that is before the board. I wish it didn't have to happen so quickly. I feel like these conversations could have happened earlier in the school year, since we knew that it was coming down the pipe. I can speak, Ms. Knighting, to your question about when Scarcelli was built. It was opened in 1988. I know that because that's the year I was born. So it's like my cool connection with Scarcelli. I'm very grateful for the questions that the board has been asking about the different consolidation proposals. Speaking to the conditions at Scarcelli, we do have a beautiful school. And I know everybody would say that about their school, but we do have large classrooms. They are bigger than the school building, the school classrooms at other sites like Jacks Valley or CC Manili. I've been to those buildings for professional development opportunities. They are small. Students do not have room to move. You do not have room to create alternate seating arrangements for students for different learning engagements. It is possible at our school. We do have windows that students with disabilities can escape out of in case of emergencies, fires, or active shooters, which we do our training for every month. Our school is beautiful, and I'm glad that Mr. Demas agrees that it's a good school. There are sidewalks there, and nobody's walking in the mud to get to school. So I would like to invite every board member to come to our school personally and to see what it's like when there are students. You can come to my classroom. It's an open door. Please come and see what it looks like when there are students learning. They want you to come. Their voices are underrepresented in these discussions, and I feel that students, even in 4th grade, are very important voices to consider. Every teacher in this district works really hard to create relationships with their students. And I would hope that in the event of a consolidation, that will continue. I don't hope it. I know it will happen. All students are important to us. Also, speaking to Mr. Alvarado's comment earlier on town halls at different schools that are under consideration for school consolidations. I would hope that those are happening at all schools that are under these consolidation proposals and not just several of them, so that every concerned family member who can't be here tonight can also be part of that conversation. That's what I have for me, but I also, before the meeting, asked you what I should do with my student's letter that they wrote. Should that be a separate comment or?
Yes.
Okay. Do I say her name because I know she's a child and she's not here? I mean, she wrote her name on here, but I don't know what to do with it.
Great question. What do you think, Mr. Alvarado?
There's no issue. She can share the student's name.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So this is not my public comment anymore. I'm just going to read right off a letter that one of my students brought to me this morning. It has been a point of conversation in class and at our school. My student wrote, "Dear Mr. Alvarado and school board members, this is why I believe Scarcelli should stay open. 1, CC has more safety hazards. 2, last year we worked really hard on the garden. 3, with more students in one class, not all kids will get the help and attention they need. 4, we have a beautiful school. 5, teachers would lose their jobs. 6, school closures often result in significant drops in math and reading proficiency. Sincerely, Sabrina Kinsman, Miss Park's 4th grade."
Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Thank you. Should I sign her in on here too, or?
No, that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. One online? Okay.
Hi, this is Shannon again. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I have been listening to everyone. I feel like there's a great Whittal Zephyr Cove presence. But then I'm going to do something kind of off the cuff that is not scripted. And so please, like, take it with a grain of salt or whatever. But I just want to say, like, we're coming together as a community up here at the Lake Schools with a genuine desire to be part of the solutions. Our families, educators, students, community members care deeply about the success of the entire district. And we're not here to oppose change. But we want to ask, like, how can we as parents and community members of this district support our schools? And, you know, we also want to acknowledge, like, an important truth, like this consolidation conversation may feel very new to the Valley schools, but for Lake families, it's old hat. We've lived the constant uncertainty of closures for years, and it has real impacts on staff and students and families. I just wanted to say, like, to reference Miss Cahill, who talked, Cahill, I'm not sure if that's right, but she's got 5 kids. She's supporting the district. I love that. She asked what she could do. She's been to 2 meetings in all of her kids' times. And I'm like, what can we do? In a previous district that we lived in, the schools were closed in times of low enrollment. And then when schools increased in enrollment, schools were impacted and the funding was still not there. And so they created something, and I know you're going to laugh. It's called School Force. And it was a parent-led 501c3 that was designed by the parents of the district, not school related. And I'm wondering if any parents who would like to start that would like to be a part of that. And then maybe we can contribute to some of the financial difficulties that are happening with the district right now. And, you know, it's like, we can be part of the answer. Like, we don't need to have, like, the schools closing down to bring us all together. Like, I mean, I think that's what's bringing us together now. But I think that in this time, I think it's a good idea to reconnect, band together, kind of like what all of us at the Lake Schools have done. There's been an enormous presence from the Lake Schools tonight, and I really appreciate that. And I appreciate everyone that's come out for Pinion Hill, like Jacks Valley, Pinion Hills, like all of that, Scarcelli. Like, I love that. But it's like, because something
Shannon, your time, I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you very much.
Sorry, thank you.
Go ahead.
Oops. Hi, my name is Peyton Spoor. I went to Pinion Hills CVMS, and now I'm an involved senior at Douglas High. I've played multiple varsity sports there. I'm part of student government, being senior class president, as well as being involved in many clubs. And I want to know why the idea of consolidating Whittal, meaning Whittal coming down to Douglas, hasn't been acknowledged this meeting. I understand that many students there feel it's a lesser, like Douglas is a lesser school in some ways, but let me assure you my peers' experience at Douglas, as well as my own, has been nothing but positive. And I really want to say Douglas is a great school, and that the quality of educations that students would earn there should not be a concern at all, or be a determinant at all in this situation. I've had some of the best teachers there that I've ever had in my life at Douglas High, some being in this room. And I cannot express how much time and care has been poured into my education at Douglas High. And, you know, I see this banner in the commons of our school every day, and it reads, through these halls walk the finest people in the world, the Douglas Tigers. And I truly believe that that is true, just because of all the time and just truly teachers care at Douglas High. And I want all of you to know that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're good online.
Okay. Any further public comment from the audience? It is discouraged, but we did have one caller that did. Please come to the microphone and state your name for the record. It's on now.
There we go. My name's Luke Hans. I live here. I have a daughter that goes to Pinion. Pinion's amazing. Mr. Reed's awesome. Molly's rad. Miss Jackson was super cool. Miss Rice is phenomenal. Now, with that being said, I work in the corporate world. That's what I know. I don't know schools. But what I do know is that if you're, I know you guys, there's a lot of new people, but you should know $4 million is short. You should know $6 million is short. There should be a CFO. There should be someone who can give an idea why this happens. If this happened in the corporate world, heads would roll, not down below, not with the workers. It would happen up top. Who's losing their job up top? I heard a lot about how we're going to fix schools and we're going to, this and that. And it's like, no, my daughter should have a warm school. But what about the people up top? Where's those cuts? That's all I want to know. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Robert Houchin again for the record. Ms. Dwyer did an excellent job of explaining the difference between what we call in the accounting world burdened and unburdened employee costs. Most of my employees have no idea what it actually costs me. And so that was very well said. As previously stated, I am going to do everything I can to try and assist you with the financial shortfall in raising additional funds. But as a baby boomer, I come from an entirely different 180-degree perspective of what you all are facing. I went through classes that had 50 to 80 children in the classroom. So larger classrooms or smaller classrooms, from my perspective, is a luxury. And it may be a luxury that we have to forego for a while. We also, during my junior high school years, had double sessions. My friends went from 6 a.m. to noon, and I went from noon to 6 p.m. So my experience is entirely different from what you are all experiencing. That being said, I would lodge my education against anything that's available today. I didn't suffer because I had 50 kids in my classroom. I attended universities like UCLA, UC Berkeley, Loyola University, Cal State Los Angeles, and Georgetown University. So the education can be obtained in classes of sizes of 30. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Hi. Hi, my name is Coco. I'm a current senior at Douglas High School. I went to middle school at Carson Valley Middle School, and I went to Jacks Valley from kindergarten through 3rd and then transferred to MES 4th through 5th. I try to be incredibly involved. I'm the student body president for Douglas, NHS president, and I'm an AP student. A lot of things that I've heard tonight are ideas to consolidate schools, which I'm not necessarily opposed to. However, I have not heard very much regarding cutting programs. Let me skip past that. In my EP government class, we discussed the poll you put out, which is the reason I'm here today. One of the options I saw on that forum was reducing. I have not heard anything regarding cutting. I'm sorry. Okay, firsthand, I've experienced and seen my teachers train the newer generation. Another thing I don't think we've considered tonight is consolidating Whitell to Douglas. I understand that there will negatively affect students there, and I'm not in their position. However, there will be significant hurt wherever there are cuts. If the arguments among the Whitell students and parents is that they would not like to be a part of Douglas, I don't think that that's a valid argument. If the proposal is to prioritize not consolidating Whitell because their education at Douglas would be less than, I think that implies that they would rather lessen the education at Douglas further, which feels like a double negative. I would also like to speak to my experience as a Douglas High School student. I've loved my experience at high school, and will completely attribute that to the teachers that I've had. I've experienced so much care for my teachers. I have never felt anything but cared for. Never felt like I haven't received attention from my teachers. I think our priority from the perspective of a student is to conserve the circumstances the teachers have had that have allowed me to feel that way. If anything, if giving more students the privilege of attending DHS would be helpful, I would strongly advocate for that. If the argument is Whitell shouldn't be consolidated because Douglas is less than, then that pushes some of the consequences onto Douglas, which feels like a lose-lose. I would also like to speak beyond high school to my experience in elementary school. I switched from Jacks Valley to Minden in 4th grade. During 4th grade, I drove from Genoa to Minden Elementary School every day. Though I understand that's not ideal, it was doable for me and had no long-lasting impact. I want to end by saying that through my AP Gov class, we've discussed data collection and politics, and how politics could be described as simply solving problems. Throughout this meeting, frankly, I've been shocked by the discrepancies in data and the lack of accountability at DHS, I've learned that what matters most to me as a student is the teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Coco. Any more online? Okay. Any more from our audience? All right, we will close public comment at this time. Is there any further discussion that needs to be or would like to be had by the board? Mr. Zinke.
Just one note of clarification. It was mentioned at the beginning of public comment that we were significantly overstaffed in certain aspects of our staffing. And I would just like to remind everyone that was given 2 meetings ago, I believe. And we have just under 4,700 students, and our total staff, every position, teachers, support staff, transportation, you name it, is 483. So some of these ratios that were presented were, I don't know where people are getting their information, but we have provided it, and we're less than 10-1 across the entire district. Thank you.
Ms. Miller.
Earlier, we were talking about how we were going to get to that 7. Were we considering also the negotiations that we did not approve, or is that still something that's on the table since we've asked them to go back to help meet that shortfall?
So we will have a legal briefing meeting with our labor attorney for the board to provide authorization. So we can go back to the table and negotiate with our associations. That's going to take place next week. We have to schedule it still with Joel Locke, and those dates will come to you by Friday.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then I'd like to address the concern is one of the things that has been recently brought up is obviously Whitell students coming down to DHS. And I don't think the community understands the impact that Kingsbury has for students or teachers or staff driving 5 days a week, especially in these winter conditions. I just want to make sure that that cost would not outweigh, I believe, a benefit.
Mr. Burns.
I want to say thank you to everybody that's online and setting in here, that you understand that this is a battle. This is not, it was not designed for us. We had no intentions in having to go through this. Mr. Alvarado will not make statement on this, but I will. This whole thing is a battle for us just as well as it is every parent, every teacher, every administrator. We do not like it. Not one of us sitting here. I know every one of them up here. And we all are on the same page as far as the passion that we agree with from you, each and every one of you. We understand that. I know the frustration. I hear it in your voices. And I understand that. We have a difficult situation to deal with. About Mr. Alvarado, he's the one that's discovered all this. He has been the one that's been preparing all this personally. He does not have someone doing that. I'm amazed at what he's come up with and what I've seen. He is in your corner, each and every one of you. There's no question about it. The tough part is there's decisions going to have to be made. You do not want the state taking over. Well, that's what we're fighting. I know that Mr. Alvarado's heart. He does not want that control come from the state. And we as board do not want it to come from the state. They've kind of been against us, I feel, just my personal. I feel that the state has not been willing to cooperate with us and work with us. So we're doing everything we can to get to that point, to make it as painless as possible and do the best job we can for you. It's a lot of work. Thank you, Mr. Alvarado, for leading that.
Any further discussion from the board or direction for our district administration? And any other information that we would like? Okay. Then we will move on to agenda item number 5, a reduction in force. Mr. Alvarado.
Yeah, similar to the item we brought on December 18th for administrators reduction in force. This item, if the board provides authorization, it allows me to go out and evaluate positions and determine reductions. Our contracts require that we notice the associations 40 days ahead of any reductions, and employees 30 days ahead of any reductions. So this is the perfect time for the board to consider it. I'm pretty sure all of you understand what a RIF is, so I don't think I need to explain that process.
Any questions from the board? Ms. Miller?
So I know at our last meeting, we talked about an administrative reduction in force, but that was not going to take effect until the following school year. Is this going to be similar, or this is going to take effect sooner?
Some positions will take effect as early as February 17th. We will have our first round of reductions come next week. Right now, we're looking at 10 to 11 positions. I'm not sure exactly which ones will be reduced on the 17th, but many of them will be for next year as well.
So would they continue on similar to the administration, or we would then be reducing part of that cost then this school year?
Yeah, some of them will be reduced this year, and we'll have actualized savings to take back to the Department of Taxation the 3rd week of February. And then other positions that will remain the rest of this year will be considered reductions for next school year.
I'm just wondering if we made a mistake with the administration then as well. Or is that something?
No, they needed notice by January 1st, or if they were placed in a classroom position, they would maintain their administrator's salary.
Okay.
Yeah.
That I just want to make sure that we have clear communication as to why we made one decision one month and now we're making a different decision this month potentially. So thank you.
Yeah, and it's not it's just another layer. And eventually, once we get through enrollment and we do our staffing allocations, we'll probably bring a certified reduction in force, but we need to see the data and the potential reductions based upon enrollment.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, we will open it up for public comment on this particular agenda item, the reduction in force. All right, seeing as we have none. Oh, okay. We'll go online and then have you speak. Thank you.
Hi there, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much for offering me the opportunity to talk. Just real quick, I kind of wanted to see if you guys could provide more insight because I heard some conflicting information. We were told in the last meeting based
Can you
on...
please state your name for the record?
Oh, yes, sorry. My name is Shannon. We were told during last meeting that there was going to be a priority to laying off, meaning performance evaluations would be done, and then also seniority being coming last. But then somebody made the comment on the board earlier that, keeping teachers who have been in the district long and those who have been hired, during the recent years, which I just want to say I do understand and agree with, but doesn't that go against the data that was presented last time? If we are in an emergency crisis, aren't we supposed to follow the plan that this board approved and presented? And furthermore to that questioning is if we're doing it based off performance evaluations, based on the timeline given, how can that successfully be done in a good manner that's, respectful to the staff as well? And are your staffs that are supposed to be giving those evaluations going to have time to do that all within the timeline you guys have given? I'm just hoping to get some clarification on that, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Debbie Wood. I'm a classified employee for 14 years at CC Menealy, a paraprofessional in kindergarten. I'd like the board to take under consideration that we classified employees earn some of the lowest wages, work less hours, and are a big part of the heart of the school district. It would be a great disservice to the students of Douglas County to lose our support and our love. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right.
We're good online.
Okay. Any further public comment?
Wasn't planning on talking tonight. Rare, right? May Hyatt for the record. I don't envy your position. But based on my experience as a public high school teacher in the district that I was in, California, my superintendent, he was not a nice man. And when they had to make cuts, they cut the classified first. And they said the same thing. Let's keep the cuts away from the classrooms as much as possible. I was a high school science teacher for 20 years. And I just want to point out that the classified staff, the support staff, they are crucial to every campus. I'm not saying that we cut teachers. I don't want to cut anybody. But I just want to point out that at the school that I worked at, they cut nurses, they cut librarians. We were one of the only campuses that actually had a planetarium in Northern California. And they cut the planetarium director, and it never reopened. So cutting staff, a lot of times, we never get them back. So when you do make these cuts, Mr. Alvarado, be calculated, be careful, and know that the people that you are cutting, their families are impacted, their faces, and they make an impact, just like Miss Wood here. She used to be a former classified, employee of the year. She made a big impact at her campus, and every person does. So the decisions that you make are going to be impactful. I know that for my daughter at Pinion Hills, one of the biggest people that made an impact on her was Miss Gardner, the librarian. And she's not a teacher, but she made an impact on my daughter's life. So it's the support staff that are just as important: counselors, nurses, librarians, custodians, the nutrition staff, kitchen aides. They all play a huge role. And so you're already telling me that you're going to cut 60 people. That's 60 households, 60 families that are going to be impacted. And you're saying within 5 weeks or so, these people are going to be steamrolled. And so I don't envy your position. But please be careful with who you cut, what you cut, because a lot of times we never get them back. And that's just sad. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have one more online.
Hi, Emma Archbold for the record. As a kindergarten teacher, I want to make it so clear that our kindergarten aides not only support our students' academic success, but also contribute to the heart of our classrooms. My aide, Sharon, is so important to me and all of our students, and she still has students come to visit her, and she helps students to feel valued and supported in their first year of school. I just think it's really important to consider the importance of kindergarten aides specifically, not only for the support of teachers, but also for the impact that they make on students. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're good online.
Thank you.
Adrian Sawyer for the record, parent of 3 DCSD students.
So this item is to cut classified staff, which means less support for teachers. And you're also opening negotiations for teachers, which means you're probably going to be asking them to take a pay cut. So not only are you going to have less support in the classrooms for teachers who still have jobs, they're going to be doing more with way less. So please think hard about what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. One more online.
Ma'am, we can hear you, but can you please state your name for the record?
We can't hear her.
Or not? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Hey, we
Yes,
can
we
hear
can.
you.
Hello? Okay, perfect. 1 second.
Just make sure you state your name for the record, please.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie Stubnar, for the record. I'm a student at Palolu Middle School, and I can say that the staff at my school go above and beyond every day to help our school run. And I understand that cuts need to be made, but I'm wondering if have to be made to the staff who will play a lead part in our education.
I think we're losing you. If you're by the high school, there's your problem.
Pardon?
Okay, we can hear you now. Okay. Go ahead. I
Hello?
think you moved and we keep losing you. Are you still there?
Yes. Say it again. You gotta put it to your ear. There so you can hear them. Hi.
Hello.
My name is Mackenzie for the record. I'm a student at Palolu Middle School, and I can say that the staff at my school go above and beyond every day to help run our school. And I understand that cuts need to be made, but I'm wondering as to why cuts have to be made to the staff who haven't done anything but try and give us a better education, and why you aren't looking as a board into cutting people who don't play a role in our daily education. That is all.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Okay, one more online.
Hi, Jeremy Height, teacher and parent. I'm just making sure that you guys are clear in your voting. We are saying as a district that administrators are staying within their position for the rest of the year. Even as a symbolic gesture, we could have them take the places of these classified or teacher roles to lower class sizes, but we are not doing that. Instead, we are going to lay off people who are making $15 an hour via RIF, because that is the message we're going to send to save us this $6 million. We're going to lay off the people who work with our students every day, whether it's driving them to school or working with them in a class as a paraprofessional or anything of that sort, because it's more beneficial for student education to keep administrators in their positions for the rest of the school year and cut classified positions as early as you said next month. These people are making like pittance in comparison to our overall budget, and we are going to cut them and put them in potential financial despair to save the positions of administration. That is the decision you are voting on right now, because you already voted for a RIF for administrators and said they weren't going to take place this school year, but are now putting classified at stake as early as February, I believe, 17th. So please think about your vote and the message you are sending.
Thank you. One more online.
Hi, it's Shannon Stevens again. I am reading something on behalf of
Shannon,
Yes.
did you already speak for public comment on this action item?
Not on the reduction of force.
Okay.
Okay. So right now I'm actually speaking on behalf of a friend of mine. And so I want to read her letter. And so it says, to whom it may concern, I'm writing to express my strong support for retaining Ashley Baker's position within the Douglas County School District. Ashley is far more than a job title. She is steady caring presence for students, families, and staff. And this is true. My side note, as a person, people rely and trust in her every single day. Her impact is felt in countless small moments that collectively make our school function smoothly and feel like a community. Decisions based solely on seniority risk overlooking the real value of individuals like Ashley, whose dedication, reliability, and care cannot be easily replaced. Eliminating her position would be a loss that would be felt immediately and deeply by the students and families she supports. I respectfully urge that the board consider the human impact of this decision, and allow her position to remain. People like Ashley and others in the district are the heart of our schools. Thank you for your time and consideration. Respectfully, Miela Kozak. And I'm done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're good online.
All right. If there is no further public comment from our audience, then we will close public comment at this time. Any further discussion from the board? Mr. Alvarado?
Yes, we have Mr. Catola here who can give you some legal guidance on the difference in the RIFs for classified and administrators. There
Okay.
is a difference.
Thank you.
So the reason that we couldn't do it this year is that that's a specific legal protection. So it's not a policy choice that the board was making. That was a statutory protection that's in place for those administrators. Whereas classified, it's a 30-day and 40-day notice requirement. So that's the reason for the distinction.
Thank you, Mr. Catola. Ms. Knighting?
Well, part of my question was along that lines. The other part of my question is, I struggle with this in one way, that the classified employees had no part in the budget crisis. That lays with other people. And to me, there has to be some accountability for what got us here. And it was not our classified employees. It was not them making these decisions, but there has to be an accountability for where we got into this budget nightmare. And to me, that's where we should cut first, is an accountability for how we got here.
Sorry, Ms.
No,
Miller.
you're fine. I mean, I agree wholeheartedly with Ms. Knighting. I believe that our like we've heard, our classified is hearts. It's helps our students, but they had no direct involvement of us getting into the situation that we're in now. However, we do also need to look at if there is other positions that are potentially overstaffed, but I believe we do need to hold other people accountable for the position that the district finds itself in.
Mr. Zinke.
Is it appropriate to ask what the presumed savings would be from a reduction in force in this measure specifically? I would even accept a ballpark figure.
Right now, our director of business is on medical leave. So, Jeannie and I had to do those calculations for the cost savings ourselves and learn that formula. And when our director of business returns, then I can give you a ballpark figure.
Okay, so, and then to be a little more clear, this is giving the ability to make said cuts, but not the actual cuts taking place, correct?
Correct. That will come back to the board as a personnel actions item, in which you'll have another vote to approve that personnel action item.
Okay, because I think, again, it's really important that you could argue on any level that all of this affects the children. And the hardest part, I think, for the constituents and for us, I'm not necessarily worried about blame as much as here it is and we do have to fix it. And we sit here and no one wants to consolidate schools, and no one wants to lose a position, and no one wants to lose classified staff. We have to find $6 million. And so I know I'm saying the quiet part out loud, but there's going to be pain, and it sucks. And I'm sorry, I really am. But there's going to be some. It has to happen. There's no other way around this. And so, yes, as important as everyone is, it's still a formality that we have to save this money. And I'm sitting here as an elected official telling you government is not the answer. You do not want the state to take over your school district. So all that's going to do is limit liability for us or any kind of blame. But I promise the pain will be worse if the state has any hold on our district and our school district. So again, without those numbers, I think this can still be the formality that needs to take place, and we can vote later on positions and actual necessity based on quantity of students versus quantity of staff and the correct ratios.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but when the Department of Taxation took over, was it White Pine? They were there for how many years?
Approximately 10. I don't have that exact amount, but it was a long period of
It was a very long period of time. So if we don't make these decisions, someone from the state is going to come in and they're not going to care about our community. So I think it's really important that we make these decisions here because we live here and we care about what's happening to our students, to our staff members. This is not something I signed up for 2 years ago. We had no idea that this was going to be happening, and it's hard. It is really hard. So sorry, I did not mean to get emotional, but it's been a long day. So any further discussion from the board?
No, I just want to show my support. Marcus is spot on. We're forced to it.
And this is just a formality.
Yes, and I know exactly what Marcus is talking about, what you just said. You do not want the state to take over. They don't know you and they don't care. They'd be helping us right now if they did.
Ms. Jansen.
So this is why we're having these special meetings so that we can hear from you. We've gotten lots of letters. So hopefully over time we'll come in the next short few weeks, we'll get some good ideas and maybe something will, happen. But everybody has a say. Everybody that writes to us, we all read all the letters and we listen to every word that all of you say. And we really appreciate all of your input. And so thank you all for your really good input this evening.
All right. Any further discussion on this topic? Agenda item 5 before I ask for a motion. Ms. Knighting.
I do think that Marcus had it right in that this is a formality and is what we're doing basically is voting these RIFs for all bargaining units, all of these. And by law, certain ones can take effect before other ones can take effect. But this isn't even putting names on it. It's a formality that we go through because we have to balance the budget. But
thank you. All right. Do I have a motion from someone on the board? Mr. Zinke.
I'd like to make a motion to implement a reduction in force for classified and classified management employees due to a lack of work or lack of money as authorized by NRS 288.150.
I will second that.
I have a motion by Mr. Zinke, a second by Mr. Burns. Any further discussion from the board? All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right. And with that, we are not taking item number 6 as it was removed from our agenda, and our meeting is adjourned.